And we're live.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio. Niti Yagli Do, Hunter Brown, Shaizi Kalan, Dene Aina, Eshlan Shida, Katnu, Shugu, Shakoya, Kalan Don. How are you this evening? My name is Hunter Brown. I'm Dene Aina, an enrolled member of the Kenaitze tribe, and I'm also your chair for this evening. The time now is 7:17 p.m. and a quorum is present, so I'm hereby calling this meeting to order. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded on our YouTube channel. If you do not wish to appear on the live stream or recording, I suggest that you turn your camera off. So I really want to thank all of you for joining tonight. Really want to thank those of you who logged on early, so that way our credentials team could get started with their work early tonight. They've been on since 6 p.m. starting to credential people this evening. So big shout out to our volunteers and Nathan Antonio, our effective meetings committee chair, who organized all of that and is trying to get this as streamlined as possible. We're about 3 times our average capacity or our normal attendance rate right now. So it was a huge lift. And so thank you to those members that logged on early to help us with that lift. Really, really appreciate you. All right. So I do want to say that attendees are muted during this meeting, but we will take off individuals when they're recognized to speak. And all you have to do to be recognized to speak is to raise your hand. If you have an interrupting motion, such as a point of order or a request for information, you'll just use your speed up button on your Zoom reactions, which I'll go over shortly. It's the little blue circle with the 2 white greater than symbols in it. And then once you come off, all you have to do is state your interrupting motion. And then after I acknowledge it, you will be able to go into, making or arguing it if that is such a thing. So that being said, I do want to also note that while you can find my name in the list of participants, please don't chat me. I won't be responding to chat messages there. I have a Slack group that I communicate with our meeting volunteers with, so they alert me to all of the important, pertinent information there, and that's what I watch. And I just can't divide my time too much. I really need to be focused on the meeting and making sure that's how it runs. So just want to make you aware of that. And also, my job as the chair is to help the membership determine their will and to help facilitate that. So if there's something you want to do but don't know how, just raise your hand. That is my job, is to help you get through this process. All right. That being said, let's start off with our land acknowledgement. I'd like to welcome our one of our KCDCC reps, Julie Conklin, who offered to read our land acknowledgement for us tonight. Give me just a sec. We're a little bit strapped for volunteers, so I will be sharing that with you tonight, and it's going to take me just a sec to bring it up. And there we go. Julie. Oh, Julie, you need to unmute.
On behalf of the 46th District Democrats, we acknowledge the land on which we stand today as the traditional home of the Coast Salish and Duwamish tribes, and the traditional home of all tribes and bands within the Suquamish, Tulalip, Snoqualmie, and Muckleshoot nations. Since time immemorial, they have hunted, fished, gathered, and taken care of these lands. We recognize their invaluable contributions to our state, history, economy, and culture. We respect their sovereignty, their right to self-determination, and honor their sacred spiritual connection with the land and water. We will strive to be honest about our past mistakes and trespasses and bring about a future that includes their people, stories, and voices to form a more just and equitable society.
All right, thank you so much, Julie. I'd also like to let you all know that the 46th District Democrats is a contributor to Real Rent Duwamish, which calls on people who live and work in Seattle to make rent payments to the Duwamish tribe. He is named for the Duwamish leader, Chief Seattle, who signed the Treaty of Point Elliott. The tribe is yet to be justly compensated for their land, resources, and livelihood. And I want to let you know that you can do something today to stand in solidarity with the First Peoples of this land by also paying real rent. All funds go directly to Duwamish Tribal Services to support the revival of the Duwamish culture and the vitality of the tribe. You can do that at www.realrentduwamish.org. All right. Up next, we're going to go over a brief review of our Zoom and voting practices, as well as some of our meeting norms. So if you need support during this meeting, please reach out to support or asterisk support /PCO Nathan Antonio. As he said earlier, please do not chat any of the other volunteers unless instructed to do so. I also want to let you know, I know that there is some confusion. When you registered for the meeting, you would not get your voting code. There was some confusion about that. Voting codes would have gone out late last night / early this morning, depending on the timestamp. And so you'll want to check your email for that. If you cannot find it in your email or your junk inbox, please reach out to Nathan at that point in time. But just wanted to let you know that when you registered, you were not given your voting code. That is a separate process. And then finally, I'm aware of something that's been happening. Sometimes I have 3 different email addresses from over the years of being involved with this organization, and sometimes it gets sent to a different one. So if you've been a member or a longtime member with our org, I encourage you to check whatever email addresses you may have registered with us before in the past to see if maybe through a glitch it's sending to an older one as opposed to one of your newer ones. So also wanted to make you aware of that there. Hopefully that'll help help you guys find it. All right, a couple of community agreements. Treat everyone with dignity and respect. Remember that everyone here is a volunteer. And another thing we like to do is allow people to step up and step back. So what we mean by that is allow other people the opportunity to weigh in and speak and express their point of view, especially if you've done so multiple times. Please be understanding of technical issues, families, things like that. Also want to make people aware that some of our candidates are at the Ballots and Bubbly event at the 43rd Legislative District Democrats tonight. They have a room set aside for candidates to be able to come into our meeting and speak. But you know, there may be kids in the background, connection issues, things like that. That also being said, if someone is giving a speech tonight and the audio starts cutting out, you have trouble hearing it, please raise your hand. We'll find out if it is a you problem or if it is a problem with the candidate or speaker. I want to ensure that every single candidate that talks tonight gets equal treatment, and that if they are experiencing a technical issue with their audio or video, we give them a chance to log off and log back on, so that way everybody can hear their speech. So just want to make people aware of that. If you notice something, please say something. And then we share responsibility for staying on time. So, you know, if somebody makes a motion that is likely to pass, you know, we don't need to challenge every single thing. Sometimes there are things where you're like, well, 99% of people are going to accept this. We can just kind of move with that. That being said, also please respect the meeting rules, wait to be recognized, and stay on topic. And if you don't know a rule, just ask. And then you can find our community agreements and code of conduct in the standing rules. All right, Robert's Rules basics. So Robert's Rules are a set of parliamentary procedures that we use to run our meetings. You don't need to know the details to participate. If you'd like to contribute, just raise your hand and we'll help you form your request into a motion. Why the rules are complex, my job is here to help you navigate them. So all you have to do is raise your hand to say, I move to request for information. So if you have a question about something or you're not sure what's happening, and use point of order, that would be an interrupting motion. So blue circle, greater than symbols, and let me know what rule you feel is being broken. So you have a right to participate as a full member in our meetings, as long as you are a member. And if you need us to slow down and explain what's going on, just raise your hand to ask. And as a reminder, non-voting members may speak, but not vote. All right, so how to speak and raise your hand. To speak, raise your hand and wait for me to call on you. We'll address all hands in the order in which they're raised. On Zoom, use the raise hand reaction. So how to raise your hand on desktop, click on the raise hand at the bottom of your screen. If your window is smaller or you've shrunk it down, you may have to click on the three dots to reveal that option. But a raised hand will appear next to your mini video window once your hand is raised. If you have the latest update of Zoom and your camera is on, simply holding your hand up will oftentimes cause your hand to be raised, as just happened for me. All right, and the button will change to say lower hand again. And all you have to do is click that to lower your hand. If you're on mobile, click on the reactions at the bottom of the screen and click raise hand. Again, you may have to look at the three dots to do this. And then to lower your hand, just click the lower hand button at the bottom of your screen. I'm gonna go ahead and lower my hand, if it'll let me. All right, I see people testing it out and then lowering their hand. That's great. And then if you are how to vote when dialing in, if you have to join the Zoom call through our phone, please notify us at meetings@46dems.org. In the call to meeting, we did ask that you do that at least 24 hours in advance, just to make sure that we can get our support volunteers all set up to help you out with that. But that is something that goes out each time. And then voting on non-balloted votes on desktop, you will click the react at the bottom of your screen, and you can click either a green check mark or red X. I'll explain what each of those means during each vote. And then you'll see your vote displayed on the bottom of your camera feed. And then you'll just want to keep it there until all votes have been finalized. So voting on non-valid votes on mobile, again, click on the reactions at the bottom of your screen and click either the green check mark or the red X. You guys are welcome to try that out. I see a couple people, I see a couple green check marks, a red X, that's great. And then you should see that at the bottom of your screen. And then we're gonna do a test vote right now. And so I'm gonna actually just clear reactions real quick. All right, and the question is, do you like mint ice cream? So use the yes, no reactions on the bottom of your screen. Green check mark if yes, you do like mint ice cream. Red X if you don't. All right. Do you see someone that has a, if you have a point of order, I do see someone raising their hand. Harry, if you actually have it, keep that up, and I'll call on you just as soon as we're done getting through this. Okay, looks like it went away. Excellent. All right, so accessing the chat, click on chat at the bottom of the screen. A window containing the chat will either open within the main Zoom window or in a separate one. That is how many of our volunteers will reach out to you. So, and that's important because when voting on balloted votes, that is how they will reach out to you. So as soon as we go to our first ballot, we'll have you open up the chat. That's where the link to the ballot will be posted. And then you'll just want to keep your eyes on that while the ballot is being tallied. Our chat volunteers will reach out to you if there's an issue with your email or voting code or matching those up. Right, and if you're on mobile, again, it will be click on chat at the bottom of your screen and click on the ballot at the bottom. My suggestion is that with your voting code, you do a copy paste. When you do that copy paste, just make sure that you didn't highlight the space before the start of your voting code or the space after the start of your voting code. It is case sensitive, so you'll want to make sure that you just enter the word and then the 2-digit number with that. All right, so voting on balloted votes and filling out a ballot. Every ballot will require you to enter your first and last name along with the email you used to register with the 46. Again, I did mention sometimes your voting code goes to an old email. If that is the case, use the email that your voting code came to. That's what it's going to be linked to. So please try your best to make the information match your registration as closely as possible. And as I said, yeah, your voting code was sent to your email, and use that one. And if you're having trouble finding your voting code, please contact our support volunteer, Nathan Antonio. And please give him some time to respond. Given that we have 311 people in this meeting tonight, it may take him just a little bit to get to you. He is working with other volunteers, and he will sometimes direct requests through them. So again, also look at your chat. So want to make everybody aware of that. And remember, we're all volunteers here. Nathan's been doing a wonderful job, and so have all of his volunteers, but they might need time given the number of people joining us tonight. All right, voting balloted votes, voting codes and attestation. Your voting code for this meeting will be different than the last meeting. So if you Google or if you search voting code in your email, make sure you're picking the voting code for today's meeting. And only you are allowed to use your voting code. Do not share it, and you must attest that you are who you are, who you say you are in the ballot, and that you also must attest that you're eligible to vote. We do not allow proxy voting, so you can't submit someone else's ballot on their behalf. You have to be present in the meeting. And voting on endorsements, on your ballot, you can select as many candidates as you would like. That is because we use a form of approval voting here. Or you can select no endorsement. So those are your two options. As many candidates as you would like, or no endorsement for these votes. And technically, the ballot will allow you to select a candidate and no endorsement, or multiple candidates and no endorsement, but doing so will void your ballot. So please don't do that. It'll just slow us down. All right, so here are some acceptable submissions. As you can see, endorsement code, you can vote for candidate A and candidate C as an option, or no endorsement. A spoiled ballot example is shown on the right, where someone voted for any combination of candidates plus no endorsement. All right, so now we're going to do a test vote and have you fill out a sample ballot linked in the chat. This is to make sure your voting code and credential information are correct. The reason we do this is it will help our tally team identify issues early on. So that way, if there is an issue with someone in their voting code, we can find it now rather than holding up the remainder of the meeting after our candidates speak. All right, and can we get that in the chat? All right, so hopefully a link to the test ballot will be posted in the chat shortly. In the meantime, while we're waiting on that, to keep things moving along, I'm going to go ahead and just start by clearing feedback here. And take us into our agenda, or back to our agenda. And so the first thing we need to do today is to approve our consent agenda for today. For those of you not familiar with it, a consent agenda allows us to do multiple actions at once. Today's actions only include today's agenda, as well as the April 21st regular membership meeting minutes. So when we take this vote, we will effectively approve both of these things at once. In some of our other meetings, we will have multiple things in there in addition to these items. Today's agenda is comprised of endorsements. So this is our May endorsement and membership meeting. And today we'll go over our endorsement rules review. The first vote we'll have will be on the proposed slate of candidates. And just to make people aware, anyone can pull someone from the slate. And as it states here, any eligible candidate removed from the slate will automatically be considered nominated, and their race will be considered in the order listed below. After that, we'll go through candidate nominations for anyone that did not get approved on the slate. As you'll see here, candidates that are on the slate, there have been indicated with an asterisk. And so, in this case, if all of the candidates on the slate are approved, the first ballot we'll go to and the first race we'll consider is the Seattle Municipal Court Position 5, and so on and so forth as we go down the list. I did forget, we will do endorsements or nominations before that. And then have the official candidate endorsements. We have a library levy to consider, and then we'll have some announcements. And to try to streamline things during the meeting, we will be doing as many announcements while votes are being tallied as possible in order to keep things humming along. Mr. Antonio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to advise that I have 15 people waiting in line for help from me. So this is going to slow things down here a little bit. Please be patient, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Antonio. All right. Well, there is a sample ballot in the link. I don't want to take away too much of your attention from that. Please go ahead and get started filling out your sample ballot and testing that out. So our tally team can start working through any potential issues with you. I know it sounds like Nathan Antonio is still working with about 15 other individuals, but we can at least get that sample ballot rolling and start getting some results from that. And thank you everybody for your patience. Little quick good of the order, our committees are open to anyone that wishes to participate. If you'd like to find out how you can get more involved with our organization, you can go to our website, and I think the About and then Committees, and you can email us there in order to join one of our committees and help us streamline things and get more things done. We're volunteer run, and so just want to thank all of our volunteers tonight. All right, while you guys are filling out your ballot, I am going to have you split your time just momentarily, because we are going to vote on this consent agenda. So, as I said earlier, tonight's agenda, or the consent agenda, includes today's agenda, as well as the April 21st regular membership meeting minutes. Is there any objection to us passing the consent agenda, which includes the minutes from April, as well as today's agenda? And this would also be where you would raise your hand if you wish to add something to the agenda or take it off, just to be clear. Are there any objections to us passing the consent agenda? Are there any objections? All right, seeing none and hearing none, we have approved our agenda for today, which includes the consent agenda. And I apologize because I cleared reactions before I gave an official tally on the mint ice cream vote, but hands down, people in this meeting were fans of mint ice cream. Right. I would now invite our state. I see a hand up from Sheila Fox-Curran. Sheila, did you have a question?
No, I don't. Sorry, it was a mistake.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I am going to go ahead and pass the gavel over to one of our state committee members, Tara Gallagher, who's going to go over the endorsement rules review. Tara, you have the floor.
Okie dokie. Hello. Let me also get the link and I can, if you really want to check anything in the rules, I'll drop the rules link in the chat. So the number one, let me do that first. All right, the number one most important rule is the one at the end. These rules may not be suspended once adopted. That means these are the rules that are in effect for the meeting. You cannot call for a vote to change anything. This is how we're operating. Candidate eligibility, in order to be eligible for consideration for an endorsement, candidates must have submitted the King County Democrats questionnaire before the deadline, and they must be nominated by a member of the 46. Hunter already mentioned the slate, which essentially is a time saver for anyone who does not have an eligible opponent, which can mean that a candidate has an opponent, but they did not meet the other eligibility requirements, and we can just vote all of them at once. And as he said, you can pull any for separate consideration. One note is that candidates for partisan office, such as federal or the state legislature, must be running as a Democrat. In the nonpartisan races, any candidate can be considered for our nomination. Once we get to it, the candidates get 2 minutes for speech each. They can speak the whole 2 minutes. They can have somebody speak for them. They can split it and have someone introduce them and they speak, or however they wish to use them. By the way, if you are a candidate who is also having someone speak for you, or if you are designated by a campaign to speak for a candidate, and you haven't already, please do let meeting management know who's speaking so that we can be ready to spotlight them. Like I was just spotlighted, even though I didn't comb my hair. Thanks, guys. If there is only one candidate eligible for endorsement, but we are considering the race, like someone is pulled from the slate or someone's opponent is not nominated, at that point, we do allow a speech for no endorsement. Otherwise, we do not. But if, for example, you pull someone from the slate, that gives you the opportunity to explain why. After the candidate speeches, if necessary, and it hasn't been yet, the chair may recognize a candidate or a member to speak to rebut a specific negative statement about a candidate or an ad hominem attack. Voting. Now, this is the fun part. Candidates must receive 60% of the votes cast to be endorsed. And the system we have, because we have all the candidates on one ballot, essentially they're not so much running against each other as each one is running against the 60% threshold. Theoretically, 2 of them could meet that on the first ballot. It has rarely happened, but that's why there's multiple candidates on one ballot. It's basically for each one, are they getting the 60%? And as Hunter said, you can vote for as many as you want, 1, 2, 3 or more if there's that many, or for no endorsement, which counts your ballot against the total that the 60% comes from. All right, once the tally is complete, if a candidate gets 60%, they get our endorsement. If no candidate gets 60%, but at least one gets between 40 and 60%, we have a reconsideration vote. This basically, if your candidate, your preferred candidate is knocked out, you get a chance to vote for another one or to vote for no endorsement. So we could conceivably have 2 out of 3 that are reconsideration. So you can decide what you want to do with that. If only one gets between 40 and 60, you can decide, even if they weren't your first choice, do you want to support them or do you want us to just have no endorsement in that race? There is only one reconsideration ballot. If all the candidates get between 40 and 60%, which especially can happen with 2, We do not have a reconsideration because that's just too close. No one's going to change their mind. There isn't any reason to. There are not speeches for reconsideration. Presumably, you can remember the candidates from previous speeches. For ballot measures, it's a similar vote. It's 60%. The choices on the ballot are: we endorse a position of yes, vote for this. We endorse a position of no, vote no on this. Or the 46 takes no position, which essentially is the same as no endorsement, but the wording is changed to make it easier to distinguish from a vote of no. Are there any questions about the voting system or the percent or how we actually decide that someone has been endorsed? And I can't see if there's any questions.
There are no hands raised at this moment.
Okay, well, I certainly hope we have covered everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tara. That was very thorough. I want to thank Tara and Galaxy and Lisa Rivera, who are all in a second meeting this evening as well, voting to represent you at the King County Democratic Central Committee on their endorsements that are happening simultaneously. So thank you all. And Lisa, who also is looking after our little ones. So she's doing quadruple duty this evening. All right, I do want to remind everybody to please be sure to check their chat. Let's see, let me make sure that this is the right one. Our support volunteers have asked me to remind you to check the chat. It looks like there are a couple of people they're trying to get in contact with. So there should be a chat at the bottom of your screen that has the chat option. It may, in the window on the right, it may look slightly different depending on the update you have. At the top, it could be based in like a tab form versus a column form. But you, instead of everyone, you might see a particular person's name. And so you can click on that. The only people that can communicate with you are our volunteers this evening. So it will be safe to click on that. And they're just trying to reach out to you. Most likely it is someone from our tally or credentials team. And then if you, it should be the same on mobile and desktop. And again, if you can't see it at the bottom, click on the 3 dots and that should help you out there. All right. Back to our agenda. Tara, remind me if I'm correct. We do balloted votes, but when it's an e-board proposed slate of candidates, can we do a vote for acclamation?
Sorry, a balloted vote is for a race with 2 or more candidates. So
Okay.
anything where there's only one candidate can be a reaction or a unanimous consent.
Perfect. That is what I thought. So we're going to go right to the e-board proposed slate of candidates. So pursuant to Rule 4E of the Standing Endorsement Rules, the Executive Board is advancing the slate of candidates who are eligible for endorsement in races where no other candidate is eligible for our endorsement. The slate includes Seattle Municipal Court Position 1, Catherine N. McDowell, Seattle Municipal Court Position 2, Catherine Kinnett Edwards, Seattle Municipal Court Position 3, Pooja Vadati, Seattle Municipal Court Position 6, Chantrice Anderson, King County Superior Court Position 20, Kent Lau, King County Superior Court Position 32, Dan York, King County Superior Court Position 45, Tanea Scheiman, State Supreme Court Position 1, Colleen Melody, House of Representatives Position 2, Daria Farivar, State Senate, Javier Valdez, King County Council District 4, Jorge Barron, King County Prosecutor, Lisa Mannion, and for U.S. Congressional District 7, Pramila Jayapal. And as a reminder, any one of our members may pull someone from the slate. If you wish to do so, please indicate that by raising your hand. Does anyone wish to pull anyone from the slate? Does anyone wish to pull anyone from the slate? Aiden, you have your hand up.
Prosecutor Mannion.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to a copy of this just so people are aware. This is my own copy, so I can help track what's happening a little bit easier. It is not the actual agenda. And so Lisa Mannion has been pulled from the slate. I just want to make sure that we are going to consider her. All right. Thank you, Aiden. Does anyone else wish to pull someone from the slate? I have a hand up from Stacy Bennett. Stacy.
Hi, yeah, I can't see it right now, but it was the Supreme Court. There we go. Colleen Melody.
Okay. All right. And there you go. Would anybody else like to remove someone from the slate? Would anyone else like to remove someone from the slate? Anyone else like to remove someone from the slate? All right, hearing none, seeing none. Are there any objections to us endorsing the e-board proposed slate of candidates? Is there anyone else who objects to us endorsing the e-board proposed slate of candidates? Anyone, any objections? All right, hearing none, the remainder of the candidates on the e-board proposed slate of candidates are hereby endorsed. Congratulations to Catherine M. McDowell, Catherine Kinnett Edwards, Pooja Vadati, Chantrice Anderson, Kent Lau, Dan York, Tanea Scheiman, Daria Farvar, Javier Valdez, Jorge Boron, and Pramila Jayapal. I'm going to check in with my credentials team, see how the test ballot is going, and if they still need a little bit more time to work through some things with folks, we're going to give the endorsed candidates a moment to speak, and we're going to just go down the list if they're with us and allow them to do so. And we may not go through all of them before we consider our first race. I just want to keep things moving along so people are aware. Tally and
Yeah,
yep, sorry.
this is Mark. I'm running Tally. Thanks, Hunter. I think we're doing pretty well. We do have some unresolved issues, but I think we should have reached out to all of those voters by chat. Please do take a look at the chat, see if you've been chatted to correct an issue with the way you're putting your name or your email in, to make sure that your vote is counted expeditiously.
All right. Thank you so much, Mark. Appreciate it. Yes, please make sure that you go down there. I do not see Catherine M. McDowell. If she or one of her representatives is with us, please raise your hand. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and ask Catherine Edwards, who is our endorsed candidate for Seattle Municipal Court Position 2, if she'd like to say a few words. Catherine.
Hey everyone, I know you all have a lot on your agenda, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for your support. I'm really excited to be working with all of you. And please don't be a stranger if you have questions about Seattle Municipal Court.
Oh, thank you so much, Catherine. I apologize. I'm also spotlighting, and I didn't have you spotlighted, but I wanted everybody to get a chance to, see you in person. Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time to meet with us
Just
tonight.
in the
and
sample ballot.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, everyone.
But I'm going to play it out loud.
Oh, Rachel, I think you might be speaking. You were on, okay, thank you. I think you've muted. Awesome. Let's see who is next here. And please, Tally, go ahead and raise your hand if you have results and you're ready for us to move on. Otherwise, I'm going to just go ahead and go through our list. I don't see Pooja Vadati with us, but we do have Chantrice Anderson, who was just endorsed for Seattle Municipal Court position 6. And Chantrice, I'm going to ask you to unmute and then just give me a second to make sure I can get you spotlighted. There we go.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, evening, I guess. Who knows? Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much, not only for the endorsement, but also for your time and your commitment to this process. This is a very, very pinnacle year in our state for judicial races. And so I am grateful to everyone who has remained engaged and active in the participation of shaping our state. And I very much look forward to serving you all. Please come visit me at the court. I would love to see any of you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chantrice, and congratulations. All right, up next, it looks like we'll hear from House of Representatives, position 2, Daria Farvar. Daria.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you so much for the support. It means so much. Grateful to continue to have the support of the 46th District Democrats. Hope to connect with you all along the campaign trail.
All right, thank you, Daria. And again, so if I skipped over the name of someone you're here to support, campaign manager or something, please raise your hand, let me know. But I'm just going through the list and looking for candidate names at this point in time. Up next, we will hear from State Senator Valdez. Give me just a sec to get you spotlighted, Senator Valdez. All right.
Thank
Gotcha.
you. Yeah, thank you, Chair Hunter. I'll keep this brief. We have a long agenda, but to my Democratic Party family out there, thank you for the endorsement. As you know, I've given many, many years to the Democratic Party. So of all the endorsements I received, this one is actually means the most to me. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Valdez. Up next, we'll hear from Jorge Barron for King County Council District 4, running to retain that seat. Let me get you spotlighted, sir. All right.
Thank you, Hunter, and thanks. Hello, everybody in the 46th. I'm honored to have had the chance to represent many of you on the 4th District in the King County Council, and honored to have the opportunity to run again this year, and grateful, very grateful for your endorsement, and look forward to connecting with many of you as we continue this campaign, and thanks again for your support.
Thank you so much, Jorge. And then I'm going to just check real quick. Apologies, I was on mute talking. Representative Farvar, I know that you were going to speak on behalf of Congresswoman Jayapal. I was just curious if by chance she had a prepared statement.
I have so much I could say about how wonderful our good Congresswoman is. I know that she is really grateful for the support of the 46. I know I am in particular, I'm really grateful for her amazing advocacy and support around ending the Iran war in particular, and that many of you are also grateful for that. So I will be sure to share the endorsement with the Congresswoman, and I know that how much this means to her to have the support of her Democrats here at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Farvar. All right, I just want to check in with our tally team and see how things are going.
Hunter, I think we're doing pretty well. just want to encourage folks to, again, check the chat. There are some individuals we're still resolving issues with, but we can work on that as we move forward.
Okay.
And its most common issues are if you're using a nickname when you registered, but you're using your full name when you vote, if you're using a different email, those are the kind of issues that are coming up. So just please try to attend to that in your voting. And maybe, Hunter, it might be good to remind folks about the attestation.
Oh, yes. Please make sure when you're filling out the ballot that you take the time to attest that you are the person whose name is on the ballot and that you are in fact in the meeting. You will need to verify both of those things and check both of those boxes. And please read it carefully to make sure you select the right option there. And please double check the chat. Once again, I'll bring that up real quick so people have the opportunity to see it. All right, so right here at the bottom of your window on the home screen, make sure that you click on chat. And then it will either open to the side and it'll shrink your main window down, or it will open a completely new window. If you don't see it opening a completely new window, it might be that it's behind another window on your screen. So just keep that in mind. And if you can't find the chat button, it could be that your window is shrunk down too much. Maybe you're like me and you have multiple windows open, and so you've slid it narrower. In such a case, you might have to click on the 3 dots first in order to find the chat. All right, and if I heard correctly, Mark, you said that you thought that we could go ahead and proceed, and you can work out those issues with the remaining people.
Yes, I think we're good enough to go, Hunter. Mostly
Okay.
all good.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I am just double checking here. This is my own list, so I don't lose track of the order in which we are going to consider these races. All right, so it looks like, and Mr. Antonio, you will be sharing in the chat a link to a nominations form. Is that correct?
Yes, I will.
And are we going to be doing nominations for all races at once right now?
That is correct. That was the plan.
That is my recollection. I'm just, running on adrenaline, a lot going on. So I wanted to make sure I'm remembering correctly. So up next, we're going to be accepting nominations for Seattle Municipal Court Position 5. Eligible candidates include Lindsay Calkins, Garmin Newson, and Gabriel Rothstein. King County District Court West Position 1. Eligible candidates are Barty Martin and Najat Rose Atkins. State Supreme Court Position 1, Colleen Melody is already nominated as she was part of the e-board recommended slate. State Supreme Court Position 3, eligible candidates are Michael Diaz and Jamie Hawk. State Supreme Court Position 4, Ian Burke and Sean O'Donnell. State Supreme Court Position 5, Sharonda Emanuel, Theo Angelis, and Dave Larson. Seattle City Council District 5, Silas James, Nilu Jenks, Julie Kahn. State House of Representatives, Position 1, Ron Davis, Will Dreher, and Jerry Paulette. King County Assessor, Chris Roberts and Rob Foxcurran. King County Prosecutor, Lisa Mannion, is already nominated as she was part of this original slate. King County Council District 2, Toshiko Hasagawa, Miriam Mboya, Rebecca Saldana, and King County Director of Elections, Mark Green and Julie Wise.
Hunter,
Yes, Lisa?
Lisa Mannion was pulled.
That is correct.
Okay. So we are voting. We need a nomination for her. Yes.
We do not. As anyone that was on the slate is automatically considered nominated.
Okay.
So Lisa Mannion is already nominated, as is Colleen Melody.
Okay, great.
Yep. I see a hand up from Alan Boyd. And also, could we get in the chat, could we please get a link to the nominations form? You get a chance. And Alan.
Is this where I have the opportunity to offer a nomination?
So we're going to use the nomination form. I do know I had a couple
My
people
mistake.
reach out and wanted to nominate. I don't know if this would save some time. I got some emails ahead of the meeting. But I know that we did have a couple people reach out to say that they were going to nominate. Senator Valdez was going to nominate. Representative Paulette was one that I gotten an email about. And then I know that we have some speakers. In the interest of time, I would say that if someone said that they're going to speak on behalf of someone and they are a member, Tara Gallagher, do you think that
Yes.
it is acceptable in the interest of time to take that as a nomination?
I thought we were doing a form, but I mean.
We are. I just thought
yeah.
it might be helpful if people focused on other races to nominate in, but.
I kind of think not really.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll make the rules the same for everybody. I apologize. So please do use the nomination form. Let's see. I have a hand up from Scott Alsbach. Scott.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, yeah, before we get into the nominations by form, I had a question about eligibility for endorsement. So I know in partisan races, you have to be a Democrat. I don't remember the exact rule. It came to my attention this weekend that Will Dreyer clerked for Brett Kavanaugh and signed a letter endorsing his nomination to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And I'm just
What is
wondering,
your question, Mr.
I'm just
Alsbach?
wondering if that impacts his eligibility, because I don't know any Democrats that would endorse Brett Kavanaugh for this.
Okay, he did affirm in his questionnaire that he is in fact a Democrat. So that, you know, yes, so he did affirm in his questionnaire that he is in fact a Democrat and is therefore eligible for our endorsement. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you, Hunter.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. All right. So I'm gonna just go ahead. I think, how long do you think that we'll need for these nomination forms? I was gonna give everybody the opportunity to step away and stretch for those that are just waiting for nominations to come in, Mr. Antonio.
We're thick with them, so I can start reading off nominations by race here. And since there's, I think, 10 races, it'll take a moment anyway. Please bear with while I get set up here.
Okay, should we give people a 2-minute recess to grab something to drink?
Yeah, no one's going to be missing anything while I just read off who's been nominated.
Okay. Well, if you're gonna read off now, we'll just keep the meeting running.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, the link to the agenda was shared earlier, and that has the list of candidates that are in fact eligible to be nominated at this meeting. I also want to announce that I would expect that at our June meeting, we will have some additional races to consider. Some of the judicial races, there were some races wherein no one submitted a questionnaire, but we and or other Democratic organizations had endorsed in those judicial candidates in the past. And so I do expect that we will have more endorsements at our June meeting. However, they did not get their questionnaire in time to be considered at this meeting. And whenever you would like to start sharing, Mr. Antonio, the floor is yours. If you want to wait
Yes.
a little bit.
Okay. For Seattle Municipal Court, position 5. Christian Sinderman nominates Garmin Newsom III. Michael Blum nominates Lindsay Calkins. Does not appear there are any nominations for Gabriel Rothstein. I can check again later, though.
Okay, thank you.
One moment, I need to adjust something here. Okay. For King County District Court Position 1, Christian Sinderman nominates Nayat Rose Akins. And Michael Blum nominates Barty Martin. Apologies if I'm pronouncing anyone's names wrong. For State Supreme Court Position 3, Michael J. Diaz is nominated by Brandon Momsen. And Jamie Hawk is nominated by Daria Farivar. For State Supreme Court Position 4, Ian Burke is nominated by Daria Farivar. And Sean O'Donnell is nominated by Rod Dembowski. Okay. For State Supreme Court Position 5, Sharonda Amamilo, I'm very sorry about that, is nominated by Daria Farivar. Theo Angelis is nominated by Rob Dembowski. And Dave Larson is nominated by Nancy Lichter. One moment. Point of order, Mr. Chair. May people nominate themselves?
If they are in fact a member.
Thank you. For Seattle City Council District 5. Silas James is nominated by Silas James. Nilu Jenks is also nominated by Silas James. Julie Kang is nominated by Nancy Lichter. For State House Position 1, Ron Davis is nominated by Nancy Connolly. William Dreyer, one moment. Okay. William Dreyer is nominated by Tanya Culbertson. And Jerry Pollitt is nominated by Daria Farivar. And I just want to take a moment and give a shout out to Cody Zalewski, who not only helped a great deal with all the logistics and the lead up to this meeting, but is also helping me right now with nominations. Okay, for King County Assessor, Chris Roberts is nominated by Shaina Deitch. Again, apologies if I've pronounced her name incorrectly. And, one moment. Okay. And Rob Fox-Curran is nominated by Alan Boyd. Okay. For King County Council District 2, both Toshiko Hasagawa and Rebecca Saldana are nominated by Daria Farivar. One moment. And at this time, there are no nominations for Miriam Boya. Oh, I take that back. Apologies. Miriam Mboya is nominated by Galaxy Marshall. Okay. And for King County Director of Elections, Julie Wise is nominated by Daria Farivar. And one moment. All right. And Mark Green is nominated by John Trey Sullivan. Give me one moment. I'm going to go back to Seattle Municipal Court Position 5 because I believe one of the candidates did not have a nomination when I first checked.
That is correct. Gabriel Rothstein was the only candidate not nominated in that race during
Okay.
first pass.
One moment. Okay. Gabriel Rothstein is nominated by Brandon Momsen.
Okay. Every single candidate who was eligible for our endorsement this evening has been nominated. Therefore, nominations have now been closed. Mr. Antonio, under our rules, it does say that candidates are to speak in the order in which they are nominated. Do we have that order saved? Or is that, if it's burdensome, I'm just going to ask if we can go in the order that was presented on the screen when the agenda, or with the call to meeting and the agenda we approved, if that is going to slow us down considerably.
I believe we do have that order. I might ask
Okay.
Cody Zalewski to confirm that he put everyone in order as I was reading them. I'm pretty sure he did as I was looking.
Okay.
Yes, they should be all in order.
Excellent.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I will chat you in Slack the list with the order.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let me just get that posted to Slack.
Just a note, Mr. Chair, in this document, the nominators are recorded, as are people who indicated that they would be introducing the candidates. For the introducers, you're looking for the word intro before their name to distinguish them from the nominators.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, so it is. I'm not sure if that is the correct link that got posted to me, sir. I got the meeting volunteers and presenters link, sorry.
That's it.
Oh, that is.
The list lower down under guest speakers is it.
Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. All right. And so my all right. It doesn't always say if there is someone who is introducing them, only.
That's correct.
Okay. So I would just cross-reference that list. Is that correct? Or another list?
No. If we were advised that there will be someone introducing a candidate, then it's there.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. I appreciate the clarification there. All right, I'm gonna go. So we've got Seattle Municipal
Mr.
Court
Chair, there's
Position
a hand
5.
up.
There is. Give me just a second to find it. And I just want to update my list here so that way it shows in order on the screen, so that way people will know, and I'll do this with the rest of the races, not during this portion, but while people are voting. But for Seattle Municipal Court Position 5, this is the speaking order. I do see a hand up from Brandon Monson. My assumption is that you're going to speak for Gabriel Rothstein. Is that correct? Or no? Okay. All right. Mr. Monson.
Yeah, I just wanted to I just wanted a point of clarification. I wanted to make sure that we weren't changing the order of the races. We were just changing the order of the candidates as they were nominated.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for asking that question. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen so we can start hearing from our candidates. I am going to pin myself because I will be running a timer. So candidates, please keep an eye on me at the bottom of your screen. There will be a little countdown timer. All of you have 2 minutes to address our body. Up first for consideration, Seattle Municipal Court Position 5. We will hear from Garmin Newsom first. And just give me a moment to spotlight you. It looks like it unpins me, so hopefully you'll still be able to see me. But as soon as you start speaking, I'll start the timer. Garmin, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very, very much. Good evening. My name is Garmin Newsom II, and I'm a candidate for Seattle Municipal Court Position 5. I have almost 34 years of experience, criminal and civil law, experience that makes me ready to serve the community with fairness, integrity, and sound judgment. My background is my mother is an immigrant. She came here on an academic scholarship to Detroit, Michigan, and raised me for a good portion of my teen years on her own, put me through college as well as law school. In college, during summers, I would work in union automobile factories like my father, and work beside people who are working every day, working hard jobs, sometimes dangerous jobs to support their families. In law school, my first summer I had the privilege of working with the late Honorable Judge Arthur L. Burnett, DC Superior Court. And I learned from him the importance of treating everyone in the courtroom, staff, the parties, the attorneys, with dignity and respect. The second summer, I worked in a prosecutor's office where I learned firsthand the weight of the decisions in deciding whether or not to charge and what to charge, whether to offer pleas and so forth, and as well as trying a case, because each of those things had a significant impact on not just the parties involved, but sometimes the community as well. I understood that the responsibility also included representing the interests of of the victims who shared their fears and their concerns when they would speak with the prosecutors. And I also came to better understand the significance of the prosecutor's duty to do justice, which is very similar to the court's duty, and also the defense attorney's duty to serve the interests of their clients. I also understand that every outcome matters. It matters to each person involved. It doesn't matter only to the attorneys, but it matters to everyone. And I just want to point out, I do not see a clock, just to be, there, I see the clock now.
All right. Thank you very much, Garmin. Appreciate you taking the time to meet with us tonight. Up next, we will hear from Lindsay Calkins. Lindsay? I'm not seeing Lindsay Calkins. Let me see if someone's here to speak on her behalf. I do not see Lindsay Calkins with us this evening. Is there anybody that would like to speak on her behalf? Michael Blum, I know that you nominated. I'll ask you if you'd like to speak on her behalf.
Thank you, but no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Up next, the next candidate we have on the list is Gabriel Rothstein. I see her here tonight, Gabriel. Give me just a sec to get you spotlit and unmute you. All right. You may begin when you're ready, sir.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Gabriel Rustin. I'm running for judge in Seattle Municipal Court. I've been an advocate for the poor and the underserved for over 20 years. I've been working as a public defender since 2005. I worked in many units in my office. I'm currently in our civil unit. So I do civil trials under RCW 7109, the Civil Commitment Statute. My trials are 3 to 4 weeks long and they take place all over the state of Washington. That is my full-time job. I also work as a pro tem judge. If you're wondering what is a pro tem judge, it's sort of like a substitute teacher, but for judges. I do that in district and municipal courts. I'm also the chair of the Character and Fitness Board for the Washington State Bar Association. So anyone who's red flagged for character and fitness issues comes before my board and we hold a hearing and make a recommendation to the Supreme Court. I also take calls from youth access to counsel. So we have a law in Washington. If juveniles are going to be questioned by law enforcement, a lawyer must be called. I'm one of the lawyers who takes those calls in evenings and on weekends. I'm also on the board of directors of the Home and Recovery Treatment Center, which is an inpatient substance abuse treatment facility. Folks, I believe very strongly in treatment. I believe in redemption. I believe in the accountability that comes with recovery. And I believe in second chances. If I've learned anything from working with that community, the opposite of addiction is not sobriety. The opposite of addiction is connection with friends, family, people that love and care about you. I believe that being a judge is being the ultimate public interest lawyer. I've always been a public interest lawyer. Even before becoming a public defender, I volunteered at the Housing Justice Project and the Unemployment Law Project. I think it runs in the genes. My mom was a social worker in Harlem before going into private practice. My father worked for 35 years in public education in the South Bronx. When I was in high school, I volunteered as an EMT at my local ambulance squad. Folks, I want to be the kind of judge that my parents and you folks would be proud of. Thank you very much, and I would appreciate your support.
All right, thank you, Gabe Rothstein. Okay, I will just really quickly see if by chance it does not look like Lindsay Calkins had joined us in the meantime, so we will go ahead and go to a ballot. Please open up your chat, a ballot.
Hi, yeah, this is Sandy Shetler, and my husband Cliff Shetler is here with me, and he cannot get into the meeting. He can only register for the June 16th meeting, and he already registered earlier today.
Mr. Chair, you are muted.
Thank you, Mr. Antonio. Yeah, thank you, Sandy. Why don't you go ahead and you can fill out your ballot first, clicking through the link and using your voting code, and then your husband can do the same. This first ballot will take a little bit of time because it's the first time going through this official ballot. So I will also do a call to see if anybody needs more time to vote. But I imagine you and your husband should be able to get through it together on the same device. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that'll work. Thanks.
No problem. Thank you. And that's a good question for everybody else too. So. Larry, did you have a question? I see a slow down button.
No, that happened when I was looking for the yes, no buttons.
Oh, okay, no problem. And we're not going to do reaction votes, so make sure you check your chat for a link to your ballot, and your voting code should have gone out to you in an email late last night / early this morning. Be sure to check your junk folder, everybody. And Larry, I know you've been a member for a long time. If you have multiple email addresses with us, it could have gone to any variety of those. So you might have to check a couple, but
I don't see that.
Mr. Chair, if you're attempting to speak, you're muted again.
oh, thank you. Yep, I was just going to say, Kristen, I could hear you momentarily.
Oh, I'm
There you
not
are.
seeing. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not seeing my ballot.
Um, did you open the chat?
Yes.
Okay, and so it should say Seattle Municipal Court Position 5, and you clicked on the link.
I don't see that.
You might have to scroll to the very bottom of the chat. It should be underneath the Everyone tab. So if at the top, you might have multiple tabs if someone chatted with you earlier in the meeting. And
Uh-huh.
you have to click on the Everyone. And if you scroll to
Okay.
the very bottom,
Oh. Okay. Okay, I got it.
excellent. Glad to hear it.
Okay.
All right. Rose.
So I only see a ballot for court position number 5.
That is correct. That is the only one we're voting on at this time.
Okay.
As soon as we get through this ballot, we'll hear from the candidates in the other positions and we'll vote on those.
Got it.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Can you please remind me which candidates were pulled off the executive board slate?
Yes, that was Colleen Melody for State Supreme Court Position 1 and Lisa Mannion for King County Prosecutor.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll share with you. I'll share a chat or post a copy in the link. I don't know if you're interested in my copy of the agenda that I edited. Would that be helpful to you, sir?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to say that we're going to take a, let me check with Tally how things are going. That might determine how long I say for a recess on this first official ballot.
I think we're pretty close, Hunter.
Okay, let's give it 2 minutes. I'm going to just step away for 2 minutes and I'll be right back. and then we'll check in with Tally again and see if anybody needs any help. I'd like to remind you all to check your chat. And keep your chat open as much as you can for the remainder of this meeting. If our Tally volunteers have a question or need to work with you, they will contact you via the chat. There is the Everyone tab, and then if you see something new pop up, that is one of our volunteers up at the top. So you should have, if nobody's reaching out to you, all you'll see is Everyone or New Chat. But just keep your eyes peeled for that. And we'll officially come back at 8:45 p.m. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we do have results.
Excellent. I did say 8. Let's give it like one more minute, just so
Okay.
that way if somebody else stepped away, they don't miss anything. I have got 8:44 p.m. right now on the clock, so I just want to be fair.
Yep.
Thank you. That lets us know. And just so people are aware, as we do this, it'll get faster and faster. But I do want to ask for patience for people that are sharing resources like computers. I do see someone has a interrupting motion, and it is now 8:45. Let me just check and make sure that there's no issues with this person's ballot, just in case. Liam Neeson Staub? Liam? Oh, disappeared. Okay, it has gone away. Okay, all right. Mr. Auerbach, please go ahead and let us know what the results are.
Okay, I've posted the results in the chat. Would you like me to report them, Mr. Chair?
I can read them if that works for you, because I'm sure you have plenty to do getting the next ballot ready. For Seattle Municipal Court, position 5, Lindsay Calkins, 55 votes for 23.5%. Garmin Newson, 100 votes for 42.7%. Gabriel Rothstein, 136 votes for 58.1% of the vote. No endorsement had 17 votes for 17.3%. Total ballots counted 234. With that, we had 2 candidates that crossed the 40% threshold, but no candidate got 60%, so we do not have an endorsement yet. The 2 candidates that received over 40% will be added to a second ballot, which will be added to the chat. And correct me if I'm wrong, Tara, but I believe that is correct. So it will be Garmin Newson, Gabriel Rothstein, or no endorsement on this next ballot.
One moment.
Okay, so that's 2 out of 3, right?
That is correct.
Okay, then yes, we do. Reconsideration.
All right, so keep your eyes peeled for the chat as that next ballot gets placed in there. And we will not hear from the candidates again. We go right to a ballot. And as a reminder, we do have a approval form of voting, which is why if you did the math on there, you saw that why we had 234 ballots. It looks like we had 291 votes. And that is because some people opted to vote for more than one. Oh, sorry, more than that. 308 votes on 234 ballots. I forgot to count no endorsement. But you can vote for as many candidates as you would like to endorse, or you may vote for no endorsement. You can't vote for candidates and no endorsement. And anybody that gets 60% will be endorsed. All right, and the second ballot is in the chat. Please go ahead and open that up and fill it out. All right, and while we're waiting for people to vote and get results in, just a quick announcement. Our annual picnic will be held on Sunday, July 12th from 1 to 3 p.m. at the Northgate Community Center. This is where we've been meeting the last few years for our summer picnic. Really hope to see all of you there. If you'd like to volunteer, we'll get a link put in the chat for that. Or actually, there'll be an email going out with more details, as well as requests for volunteers for that event. But the annual summer picnic is where we do our Get Out the Vote launch. PCOs can come and pick up literature to walk with. It'll have our official endorsement slate, the results of this meeting, and any endorsements that we make at our June meeting. And it's an opportunity for you to also meet with some of the candidates in person again that attend, and learn more about their campaign from them and how to get involved with them as well. Sometimes our candidates will, bring some yard signs and some lit for people to pass out that are interested in doorbelling for them. And it's a great way to get involved, not only with the 46, but also with the individual campaign. So mark your calendars, Sunday, July 12th, 1 to 3 p.m., Northgate Community Center. All right, and Tally, you can interrupt me at any time. And if you feel like things are, yep, sir.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. We made a mistake with the ballot. We'll have to issue a different one. It'll just take a moment to prepare.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Apologies for that, everyone. Let's see. I'm going to delete the link to that ballot. Any issues with that from the chat? Okay.
Please do.
Okay.
And let me know if it deleted for just me or everybody else. Hopefully it deleted for everybody else.
If you don't mind, if I could take a point of personal privilege here and speak to the tally lead.
Sure, absolutely.
Mark, are you in the same Google Doc where I have the list of all the ballots and what race they're for and the links
Yeah.
already in them? Okay.
I'm in.
I don't see you in it. That's partly
Actually in the folder.
Yeah, it's not in the folder. I'm gonna send you a link to the doc where you should be getting links to the ballots from. Okay. And so that lists the number of the check sheets as well. And that's a good way to try to keep track of like which one we're actually supposed to be on.
Gotcha.
But to be clear, I did make a mistake on this last one, so sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Who was it that said delay is preferable to error?
Okay. Nathan, how did you send me that?
Give me just one moment. I'm trying to get this figured out correctly.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. It is not at all easy for our tally folks to put together these ballots, especially on the fly, and making sure that they are set up correctly and working correctly. Just to be clear, we can't see how people vote. This is a blind system to ensure that people do have privacy on their ballots. So the only thing that they're actually confirming is that your name, your email, and your voting code all match up. And then the system tells them whether or not your ballot was applied correctly. There are 3 individuals who are able to go into the back end and actually see how people voted. I am one of them, but admittedly, I forget how to do that. I leave those technical things up to our tech experts to do. But just wanted to let you all know that your ballots are in fact secret, and we do not go in and look at them. The only time we go in to look at stuff is if there's a glitch happening or something like that, and we're trying to assess what happens. Or what happened when Google decided to make an update and not notify us of it. So it looks like, is that the official ballot, Mr. Antonio? We've got
Yes, it is.
the good ballot is in the link or in the chat now. So if you stepped away after filling out your ballot, it would have been the second ballot for Seattle Municipal Court Position 5. There was an error with the ballot that was submitted about 5 minutes ago. So you will need to recast your vote. If you are unsure, cast your vote again. One of the wonderful benefits of this voting system is that while we ask that you don't do it to test it, you can cast your ballot more than one time. It will not count it more than one time, but it will override your previous ballot. So that also being said, if you click submit and you realize, oh shoot, I meant to vote for only one candidate, or I meant to vote for all of the candidates, just click the link again, fill out the ballot again the way that you intended to, hit submit, and only your latest entry will be counted. And as a reminder, you may vote for as many or candidates as you wish, or no endorsement. But you may not vote for a candidate or multiple candidates and no endorsement. I'm just going to put 2 minutes on the clock. Actually, we'll try 1 minute. We'll check in. And while we wait, I'll just ask, does anybody have any good of the order that they would like to share? Mr. Blum.
For the good of the order, I'd like to advise the body that at the end of 7 innings, Seattle has 3 runs and the White Sox have 1 run.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blum, with the multitasking there. All right. Mr. Carroll.
On this Saturday, in the U District, we will be holding a outdoor block party fundraiser for folks affected by ice. It will be in the U Heights Plaza, all afternoon, and oh, I should know. I think it starts at 10 or 11. If you're available, then there'll be lots of things to help out with as well, and with volunteers and getting the word out. And there'll be a raffle, lots of good stuff, food, and all. Hope to see you around.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Apologies for the timer going off on you. That was not intentional. It was me trying to time the tally and seeing where things stood. Tally, you are welcome to interject anytime if you think we're ready. I see you're off mute, Mr. Auerbach. Do you by chance have results for us, or does any, let me just ask, sorry.
Let me. I think we're very, very close.
Okay. Well, we'll go to another good of the order, and then I'll also ask if you need more time, please raise your hand. Liza. Liza Neo, you have the floor. I see the, oh, it looks like you muted again. You're unmuted, but I don't hear you speaking. Try it again. All right, so Liza, I'm not sure. I've tried to unmute you or let you unmute a couple times. Let me just ask you this, Liza. Are you having a problem with your ballot? And if so, use it. Can you change to a green check
No, it's
mark?
not my ballot.
Oh,
Can you
okay.
hear me
Oh,
now?
I can hear you
I
now.
fixed it. It was
Awesome.
magical. I had a Bluetooth issue. I was just asking for a little bit more info on July 12th, time or hyperlink.
We do not have an hyperlink yet. We will be sending out a dedicated email on that. We did just secure the space and set the time for it. But you'll get a dedicated email. It'll also go out in our future emails with call to meetings and announcements and such. But yes, July 12th, 1 to 3 p.m., Northgate Community Center. Which is right next to the Northgate Library and just a short walking distance from the Northgate Link Light Rail Station. And we invite all of our endorsed candidates to come to that and speak and bring signs and do all of that good stuff. And in fact, any candidate is welcome, but only endorsed candidates are granted the privilege of having a table or bringing lit or speaking. So. All right.
We do have results, Mr. Chair.
All right. Okay, results have been posted in the chat. Garmin Newson with 39.6% of the vote, Gabriel Rothstein with 71.8% of the vote, and no endorsement, 4%. So Gabriel Rothstein, you are endorsed. Congratulations. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask that we go to the next ballot right away, but I will, while people are turning in their ballots, if you are still with us, Mr. Rothstein, I'll ask you to speak while people are doing their ballots. And we'll move right along to King County District Court Position 1, where we'll hear from Barty Martin and Najat Rose Atkins in that order. Give me just a moment to pull you up, Barty. Okay. All right, and you are spotlit for everyone. You may begin when ready.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Judge Barty Martin. In January, the King County District Court unanimously appointed me the King County District Council unanimously appointed me to the District Court. As a judge, I strive to serve our community with patience, humility, and compassion while protecting public safety and ensuring equal access to justice. I'm currently assigned to the Shoreline Courthouse, where I preside over a full range of criminal and civil matters. I'm a member of the Security Committee, and I'm honored to preside over the Shoreline and Kenmore Community Court, which is a therapeutic court focusing on connecting participants with community resources to help reduce recidivism. I began my career as a public defender in both trial and appellate courts. Later, I built a law practice focusing on criminal defense and civil litigation. I have broad federal and state trial court and appellate court experience. And prior to my appointment, I was a pro tem judge and covered more than 250 district court calendars. I'm a lifelong King County resident. I attended school, college, and law school in King County, chose to raise my family here. I also lived in Legislative District 46 for years. This is the community that shaped me and the community I seek to continue serving. I believe my temperament is one of the strongest assets I bring to the bench, and it's grounded in my family and upbringing, which was dedicated to public service. My mother was a school teacher, and my dad was a veteran and civil servant. Two of my siblings are my parents' biological kids, and another sister and I were adopted as infants about a week apart. She was born in South Korea. I'm of Puerto Rican descent. Growing up in a multiracial, multi-ethnic, and neurodiverse family fostered an awareness of how people, even within the same family, can experience institutions differently based on perception, background, or circumstance. It also fostered a genuine curiosity about people regardless of their background. This informs my approach as a judge. I strive to see each person before me as an individual and treat them with respect and impartiality, so they may leave understanding the process was procedurally fair and just, even if they sought.
All right, thank you, Judge Barty Martin. Appreciate you taking the time. Up next, we will hear from Najat Rose Atkins. Give me one moment to get you spotlit. All right, you are spotlit. You may begin when ready.
All right, good evening, everyone. Sorry for the darkness. So my name is Najat Rose Atkins, and I'm asking for the endorsement from the 46 LD. I've been rated exceptionally well qualified by the King County Bar Association, Lauren Miller, Latino Bar, Joint Asian Bar Association, Q-Law, and the Cardozo Law Society. I approach this role with a full appreciation of the weight and significance of judicial decision-making and for the people whose lives are affected by every decision we make. I immigrated to the United States from Jamaica at 7 years of age, learning early what it means to navigate unfamiliar systems and expectations. I later became a United States citizen in Seattle during my very first year of law school. Those experiences have shaped my understanding of how powerful institutions can feel to individuals and how essential fairness, clarity, and dignity are when people come before the court. For the last 16 years, I've served King County as a prosecutor, as an assistant Seattle City attorney, and as a judge pro tem. I've handled hundreds of cases and tried dozens of jury trials. My work has spanned criminal and civil matters, addressing issues of public safety, accountability, and community impact. For the last 3 years, I've served as a full-time pro tem judge, presiding over hundreds of hearings, having multiple jury trials, setting conditions of release, and making sentencing decisions that carry real and lasting consequences. These experiences have reinforced my belief that effective judicial decision-making depends on preparation, independence, and truly listening to both the facts and the people who come before the court. There are difficult days in the courtroom, but there are also hopeful ones when someone returns to share that they are sober, housed, employed, or rebuilding their life. Those moments reinforce what I believe deeply. Accountability and compassion are not in conflict. They are both essential. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Najat, and thank you, Barty, for joining us this evening. If we can get a link to the ballot for King County District Court West, Position 1. It is in there. Thank you so much, Mark Auerbach and our tally team, for being so prompt with that. Please go to the chat and fill out your ballot. All right, and I do want to jump back. Let me just see. Oh. If Gabriel Rothstein is with us. Gabriel is not with us anymore. So I will go ahead and go to good of the order, see if anyone has any good of the order that they would like to share. All right, Galaxy Marshall, are you still in 2 meetings? Oh, you are unmuted, but your audio is not coming through. Oops, let me see. I can find you again. Try it again.
Hello. Trans Pride Seattle is coming up on June 26th, and you should volunteer. You can Google Trans Pride Seattle to do so. Also, you can attend if you want. It's fun. You can do both because the volunteer shifts aren't for like the whole thing. Also, I am still in 2 meetings, and apparently my laptop mic doesn't work anymore, so that's really exciting to learn. Thanks, y'all.
Oh, thank you, Galaxy. If you have a link that you'd like to share for that, please chat PCO Lisa Levy, and she can get a link to that event posted in the chat for us. Apologies, I forgot that was an option. Any other good of the order? All right, Shyla Reed. Shyla.
Hi, everyone. I'm Shyla. I just wanted to introduce myself as a new member of our legislative district, thanks to Brandon, who has recruited me on board. I am just graduating from the UW with my Master of Social Work and Policy. I work for Senator Orwell, and we'll be working for One America coming up. And I'm excited to join you all. I just filed to be a PCO in my area, and I really just want to get more involved with the legislative district. So I'm excited to meet you all at upcoming events and the picnic. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, Shyla. And I believe, did you also not only file for PCO, but filled out for the appointment, correct? Maybe I'm mistaken on that. Yep.
Yes, that might have been just trying to figure out the correct form, but yes.
Yeah, all right. No, that's great. I think we have at least 5 PCOs that we'll be considering at our June meeting that will be placed on the consent agenda. So thank you for being willing to step up and walk your precinct and help us get out the vote. All right, just want to check in with Tally, see how things are going over there. Also,
Yep.
sorry.
I think we need another minute or so. We're pretty
Okay.
close. We still have some votes coming in though.
Okay.
So yeah,
All
let's
right.
give it
And
another.
just, I apologize, sir.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to remind people to make sure that they're checking the chat, just in case there are any issues with your ballot.
Okay, I think we're looking good now.
Okay, let me just double check. Is there anybody that needs more time? Anybody that needs more time? Anyone that needs more time? Right, I'm not seeing any hands. So if you feel it's safe to close the ballot, let's do so.
Okay. Have that in the chat in a moment.
Right. Thank you, sir. All right, for King County District Court West, position 1, with 59.3% of the vote, we have Barty Martin, and with Najat Rose Atkins, we have 62.3%. So Najat Rose Atkins is endorsed by the 46th Legislative District. Congratulations. We will give you an opportunity to speak while we are doing ballots for the next race just to keep things going. So if you'd like to stick around for that, we'd love to hear from you again. Thank you to both candidates for running in that. That was a close race. All right, up next is State Supreme Court Position 1. We have one candidate that was nominated, and that is Colleen Melody. Give me a moment to get you spotlit, Colleen. All right, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Colleen Melody, and I currently serve on the Washington State Supreme Court. I've been serving in that role since January when I was appointed by Governor Ferguson. And prior to that, my entire career was in civil rights. I always worked on the plaintiff side of civil rights enforcement and always for the government. And so my first job was at the U.S. Justice Department. I traveled the country bringing fair housing cases, anti-discrimination cases that support the rights of people to live without discrimination in the communities that they choose. And then in 2015, I came home to Washington State. I'm a Spokane girl, and I started the Civil Rights Division in the Washington State Attorney General's office. And there we brought cases to support the rights of people to work, to live in their rented or owned housing, to buy insurance, to seek credit, to participate in consumer transactions and to interact with the police and jails in ways that were constitutional and lawful. We brought those cases in every corner of the state, from the Palouse to the peninsula. And it also was work to hold the federal government accountable to the rule of law. So the Muslim travel ban case was mine, as well as the case to stop the Trump administration from canceling DACA, the program that protects 19,000 dreamers for whom Washington is home. The birthright citizenship case more recently was mine, as well as a case against the Biden administration to support the rights of pregnant people to end their pregnancies and treat miscarriages with medication abortion. So at a time when our rights are really important and when state courts are the backstop to many of those rights, I'm very focused on Washington law and Washington values when I do my work on the Supreme Court. And I'd be honored to have your support and your endorsement because right now it's just a time when the rule of law is under attack and we need access to justice more than ever. Thanks so much.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Under our rules, when there is only one candidate on the ballot, someone may speak for a position of no endorsement. Does anyone wish to speak for a position of no endorsement in this race? Does anyone wish to speak for a position of no endorsement? And I always ask 3 times, just to be clear. Does anyone wish to speak for a position of no endorsement? All right, seeing no hands, we will go right to a ballot. If we could get that posted in the chat. And I see a hand up from Shayna Deitch. Shayna?
Thank you, Chair Brown. I have a point of information. Would a motion to approve an endorsement for Colleen Melody by acclamation be in order?
I'm going to double check with my rules, Chair. I believe we have to do a balloted vote. Or wait, if there's only one candidate eligible, then we could.
With one candidate, it can be it does not have to be a balloted vote.
Okay, thank you. That's right.
unanimous.
Okay. Is there anyone who objects to us endorsing Colleen Melody for State Supreme Court Position 1? Any objections? Any objections? All right, hearing none. Colleen, you are hereby endorsed. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shayna, for bringing that up, saving us all time, and to Tara. Really appreciate everybody. Najet and Colleen, if Najet, if you're still here, please stick around. When we're doing tally on the ballots, I want to hear from both of you when we do go to the orders. So if you have a moment to please stick around while we are doing the ballot for Supreme Court Position 3, we'd love to hear from you, having endorsed you. But just trying to keep this moving along. So up next, we will hear for State Supreme Court Position 3. We have Michael Diaz and Jamie Hawk were both endorsed. Let me just see if either of you have someone speaking on your behalf. It does not look like it. So I will go to you, Michael, first. All right. As a reminder, please watch me. I've got a timer that will be running. You are welcome to begin when ready, sir.
Great. Thank you, Chair Brown. And thanks to everybody for sticking around late at night. My name is Mike Diaz. I'm a judge on the Court of Appeals. I'm a candidate for the Washington Supreme Court Position 3. Since immigrating here from Peru as a child, I've lived nearly my entire life in this community. I was in the 46th until the 43rd got drawn a little bit different. And I've been in the law for over 25 years, 10 as a federal civil rights lawyer, and I'm in my 9th year of judging. Never before have I seen the rule of law under attack, judges under attack, and the federal government trying to take away our rights as I have now. Never have I seen the opportunities I had as a kid, even growing up as a working class immigrant of indigenous descent, being threatened as I have now. And it is our state government, I think, it's our state courts who will protect our rights, at least in this Washington, who will provide the next generation the same shot I had as a kid to fulfill my potential. And I know what it's like for parents who speak a little English, have no money, little education, no connections, and be unseen. I know what it's like to then struggle to overcome each barrier. My dad was raised in the slums of Lima, Peru, by a single teenage mom, and when we got here, he washed dishes, he was a janitor, he cleaned some of the buildings I worked in later as a lawyer. My mom was a seamstress in Belltown and stocked shelves at Safeway. I can honestly say that my family has lived a version of the immigrant's American dream. But that's a dream that's under threat now, and that's a dream I'm going to fight for. I've never been afraid to take on the fight for others. I was a federal civil rights lawyer who defended the rights and freedoms of our most vulnerable, including leading the reforms of the Seattle Police Department, which we put under a consent decree. I was the federal civil rights lawyer who founded the Civil Rights Unit in Seattle, and I was one of the people who President Obama nominated to be a federal judge, but was stymied by Mitch McConnell, who didn't let that come to a vote. Finally, I'm the only candidate in this field who's both been a trial and appellate court judge, having written over 200 opinions in all areas of the law. So I'll be ready on day one. And for that, I'm supported by 3 governors, Inslee Governor Gregor Locke, AG Nick Brown, 9 Supreme Court justices, including a majority of the Supreme Court, over 100 Court of Appeals judges, and others around the state. I'd be honored to receive your endorsement so I can continue the fight for our rights and freedoms and make sure my story is still possible for the next generation of Washingtonians, wherever they come from.
All right. Thank you, Michael Diaz. And up next, we will hear from Jamie Hawk. Give me just a moment to get you spotlit. Oh, there we go. Give me just a sec. Oh, looks like you got muted again. Just one moment. I'm getting a lot of feedback and background noise, Jamie. It might be a bad connection. Anybody else also getting this? I want to see if it's maybe just on my end. Okay, Frank has said the same thing. We got a couple thumbs up. So it looks like Jamie is moving to a different spot to maybe get a better connection. I'm wondering if you might be one of the candidates that are at more than one event tonight. Let's see. I think I'll have to try to. Okay, unmute again. Okay, we can hear you. It looks like there's some background noise, but do you want to give it a try and speak so we can just do a test?
So sorry, can you hear me now?
It's perfect. You can begin when ready. Thank you.
And Representative Farvar, did you want to start?
Oh, I did not know that Representative Farvar. Give me a second to also ask Representative Farvar to.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Okay, yes, you two may begin when ready.
Great, thanks all. I've had the pleasure of knowing Judge Hawk for at least 6 years before either one of us were elected officials. Our work together spanned the spectrum of criminal legal reform and voter justice. We met and we bonded specifically over our concern for democracy and the desire to strengthen it, especially for those who are furthest from justice and most impacted by our government systems, to make sure that they could exercise their right to vote. Judge Hawk is a former state and federal public defender, former director at the ACLU of Washington, and now a King County Superior Court judge. She's done important immigration work, helped recruit and train attorneys across the country to represent children in immigration court, an experienced judge, and we need her civil liberties background on the court. In a window of time like we are in right now, we need an elected judge with the values of this legislative district that reflects all of those rights that we hold so dear. Please support her for your sole endorsement tonight.
and thank you all so much. It was wonderful to see many of you in the 46th yesterday. I am Judge Jamie Hawk, running for position 3. I would be greatly honored to have your vote. As you've heard, I have a background in civil rights and public defense before joining the bench. I'm the first ACLU of Washington attorney in our state to become a judge. And then I worked as a state and federal defender. I spent my entire career defending individuals against the full power of the federal government and working to protect our constitutional rights. And in this moment, when we have courts and judges under attack, it's never been more important who our justices are and what our track records are. For over 20 years, I have fought to expand access to justice and protect our constitutional rights. I'd be incredibly grateful for your vote and support tonight. I'm the only candidate in this race endorsed by Governor Ferguson and over 100 current and retired Superior Court judges across the state. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Jamie Hawk, and thank you, Mike Diaz. If we could get a link to the ballot for State Supreme Court Position 3. It is in the chat already. So please go to the chat and fill out your ballot. Okay, and it looks like Najette Rose Akins was not able to stay with us, but Colleen Melody is still here with us. State Supreme Court Position 1. Colleen, congratulations on your endorsement. Would you like to say a few words?
Well, I just wanted to sort of sincerely invite folks to reach out about kind of the access to justice issues that are facing them. You know, those issues are a little bit different in the, criminal legal system as they are in the family law section, as they are in small claims court or whatever it might be. But I put my actual, my real email address on the front page of the court's website. And these meetings are unusual because we should be talking about the things that you want to talk about instead of kind of listening to us talk about ourselves. And so I really do, there's a lot going on the court on the sort of non-case side where we're trying to make Washington have the best form of access to justice and a nationwide model. And reach out, tell us how you're experiencing it and what we need to focus on. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And appreciate that you're interested in what we have to say. For the candidates here, we meet on the third Tuesday of each month, except for July and December, unless there's some urgent business happening. All of you are welcome to join. And if you'd like to give a report on anything, please reach out and let us know. We're happy to hear what's going on and hear from all of our electeds. All right. Let's see. Let me just ask, does anybody need more time to cast their ballot? Anybody need more time to cast their ballot? Anybody need more time to cast their ballot? It doesn't sound like it. Let me just check with Tally to see. It seems like they might be curing one more ballot, or we're working on one.
I think that we are good to go. We're beyond the margin now with any outstanding issues. So I will put the results in the chat.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. And for those of you that don't know this, Mark Auerbach is our current PCO committee chair. He organizes our Get Out the Vote activities. Doug Mormon works alongside him, as well as the rest of our PCO committee. I'm going to forget people, so I apologize, but Kathy Benson, Lisa Stubing have been working with them as well. They did a lot of outreach to help us recruit PCOs this year. Very appreciative of that. I believe we're going to have 115 positions filled. And we were the leader in King County. So as far as I recall, we got more PCO seats than anybody else. So big congratulations and thank you to Mark Auerbach, Doug Mormon, Kathy Benson, Lisa Stubing, and the rest of the PCO committee. Really appreciate all of you. All right, and I think we're all on the edge of our seat waiting for the results. And there
Sorry,
is.
Hunter, that was a failure to press send.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Mark. No problem. For State Supreme Court position 3, J. Michael Diaz with 40.4% of the vote, Jamie Hawk with 78.1% of the vote. So Jamie Hawk, you have the sole endorsement of the 46th Legislative District. Thank you, both Michael and Jamie, for your willingness to run, and congratulations to Jamie. If you're still going to be with us in a few minutes, we'd love to hear from you while we are tallying results on our next ballot. I also recognize that you are at the 43rd event tonight. But that being said, we're going to go right to our next ballot, State Supreme Court position 4, where we have Ian Burke and Sean O'Donnell. If you'll give me just a moment to get the spotlights going and people unmuted.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If I can help with the spotlighting at the meeting, and I'm muting now.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Antonio. That would be lovely. I would happily welcome your help with that.
Representative Farivar.
I'm here. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes. You both may begin when ready.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, everyone. Really proud to support Judge Burke today. He is the progressive pick for this very important seat. Judge Burke does not have ties to big money Republicans. He's been endorsed by current and former justices, including the incredible Justice Yu. He's also been endorsed by progressive champions like the State Labor Council or Congresswoman Jayapal, and has a vast amount of experience on and off the bench, fighting against powerful interests and for those that are experiencing injustice. We have some pretty major fights coming down to the Supreme Court this year and in future years, and I trust that Judge Burke will take a fair and balanced approach and have the best interests of Washingtonians at heart. Please vote for Judge Burke.
Thank you very much for that great introduction. I'll add that I was a lawyer for 20 years, taking on powerful interests in insurance denials, consumer protection, and workplace discrimination cases. I was a volunteer lawyer with the King County Bar Association Neighborhood Legal Clinics. That was at the Lake City Clinic here in the 46th. I'm endorsed solely by Congresswoman Jayapal, by the Washington Education Association, the State Labor Council, COPE, the Aerospace Machinists, the Transit Union, Governor Jay Inslee, Attorney General Nick Brown, Executive Girmay Zahalai, a majority of the Supreme Court, Justice Mary Yu, Justice Steve Gonzalez, Justice Salman Jia, And I'm endorsed by Democrats in the 1st, the 11th, the 21st, the 28th, the 32nd, the 33rd, the 36th, the 45th, the 47th, and the 48th. And here in the 46th, the entire legislative delegation, Senator Valdez, Representative Paulette, and Representative Farivar. Right now in America, the rule of law is under attack. We need conscientious judges who will stand up for an independent judiciary. That is my track record at the Court of Appeals, where I've written over 200 appellate opinions, and that is the track record I will continue at the Supreme Court. I would be honored to have your endorsement. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Ian Burke. Just give us one moment while we get Sean O'Donnell queued up.
Mr. Chair, I do not see Sean O'Donnell in the meeting.
Okay, if you are logged in under a different name, please raise your hand. Or if you would like to speak on Sean O'Donnell's behalf. I'm not seeing any hand raises. Would anybody like to speak on behalf of Sean O'Donnell? That was the second time asking. Would anybody like to speak on behalf of Sean O'Donnell? All right, seeing none, we will go right to a vote on this one. All right, the ballot is in the chat. This is for State Supreme Court Position 4. Please go to the chat and fill out. All right, and while people are filling out their ballot, it looks like Jamie Hawk is still with us. And give me a sec, I can spotlight you, Jamie. For some reason it's not, oh, maybe your video is off.
I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get it on here. There we go. Can you see me?
Yes, and you are spotlit. Thank you for hanging around.
Excellent. Well, thank you all so much. I am so grateful for your support. I'm really honored to be endorsed by the 46th. As I mentioned, it was wonderful to visit with all of you yesterday, many of you yesterday, not all of you, but it's great to see the turnout and so many folks tonight. These Supreme Court races are so important, and it's just having your focus and engagement is absolutely critical. So please reach out. My campaign is judgehawk.com. Be happy to hear from any of you if you have questions or want to get involved in the campaign in any way. So again, thank you all so much. Really grateful for your support.
Thank you. And once again, congratulations on a sole endorsement of the 46th. All right, I'm just going to check in. Is there anybody that needs more time to submit their ballot? Is there anyone that needs more time to submit your ballot? Wow, you guys are getting good at this. Is there anybody that needs more time to submit your ballot? All right, nobody's raising their hand. I'm going to check in with Tally.
Okay, Mr. Chair, based on the margin, I'm going to say we can close the ballot now.
All right, and given no one spoke up, I would agree. So the ballot is closed.
And results are in the chat.
All right, for State Supreme Court Position 4, we have Ian Burke with 93.4%, And Sean O'Donnell with 8%, no endorsement, 2.4%. Ian Burke has our sole endorsement. Congratulations. If you are able to stick around, we would love to hear from you while we are working on the ballot for State Supreme Court Position 5, which we will be doing next. And let's see, for State Supreme Court Position 5, we have Sharonda Amamio, Theo Angelis, and Dave Larson, who are all endorsed. I don't see... Yep, okay, we do. Give me just a sec. We do have someone doing an intro for our first speaker. And let's see, I am not seeing, maybe, I'm not seeing Sharonda in the meeting. Am I mistaken?
Mr. Chair, I think she is balancing a couple other obligations today. If she's not here, I do have a statement that she provided me that I'm able to share.
Yep, that works. I did get an email saying that that would occur. The floor is yours, Representative Farvar.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully you all can tell how passionately I feel about these Supreme Court races that are happening this year. They are so, so important. Without further ado, a statement from Judge Amamio. She says, "Good evening, and thank you to the members of the 46th Legislative District Democrats for your inclusive, thoughtful, and engaging voter and candidate education process. I truly enjoyed being with you yesterday and appreciate the opportunity to connect with so many people committed to democracy, fairness, and equal justice under law. She is Judge Amamio and running for the Washington Supreme Court because Washington deserves a justice with deep trial court experience, independence, and a demonstrated commitment to protecting constitutional rights for every person who comes before our courts. She currently serves on the Thurston County Superior Court, presiding over criminal, civil, family, juvenile, child welfare, and administrative appeals matters. Before taking the bench, she spent decades in public defense and private practice representing workers, families, children in foster care, small businesses, and marginalized communities. She also served in the United States Army and Army Reserve for almost 30 years in military intelligence, retiring as Chief Warrant Officer 4. She believes that judges must faithfully interpret and apply the law as written, respect the separation of powers, and recognize that overturning precedent, particularly where the legislature has acted on behalf of the voters, requires disciplined constitutional analysis, not personal policy preferences. Courts should carefully examine whether precedent is truly unworkable, inconsistent with constitutional principles, or has produced demonstrable injustice before displacing settled law enacted through the democratic process. Our Supreme Court must provide a principled, clear, and workable guidance while resisting the temptation to legislate from the bench. She is honored to be rated exceptionally well qualified by multiple diverse bar associations across Washington and would be honored to earn your trust and your vote. Please vote for Judge Amamio for your sole endorsement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, we'll hear from Theo Angelis.
So just a point of order, Mr. Chairman. Judge Amamilo is here and she was not able to make her statement. I know one was read on her behalf, so if you'd like to give her an opportunity to speak herself, I wouldn't object to that. I'm not sure how you'd like to proceed.
Technically, our rules are such that each candidate is given 2 minutes and only 2 minutes to share as they see fit. And technically that time was used. And unfortunately, our rules cannot be suspended. But I do appreciate you bringing my attention to that.
Okay, we're both here at the 43rd, and so we just wanted that to be clear.
Okay, well, thank you. That's very, very gracious and thoughtful. Yes. Yes, you now have the floor. You may begin when ready.
Thank you so much. So I'm Theo Angelis. I'm the Supreme Court Justice serving in Position 5. I want to thank the 46th. We had an excellent time at your event yesterday at Elliott Bay Brewing and at your meeting on April 21st. I'm a former resident of the 46th, and I'm endorsed by Senator Paulette, so you have a deep place in my heart. I am the son of an immigrant father and the grandson on my mother's side of Turkish refugees. So I'm proud to be the first Supreme Court justice of Middle Eastern descent. Before I came to the bench, I was an appellate constitutional and technology lawyer for 26 years. I had an extremely broad practice in civil rights, both for and against governments, in tribal issues, family law for families with special needs children, and most of all, litigating cutting-edge technologies issues. And I worked closely with judges around the state to ensure the law reflected the needs of our people and really the absolute necessity of considering their rights when we go forward. I brought a lot of volunteer cases that were critical to me. One case that was especially important to me involved an Army veteran who was naturalized while serving. ICE nonetheless picked him up and held him for 7 months. I took the case on a volunteer basis and I got him $400,000 in a settlement along with a formal apology and structural changes to the way that ICE works. I also brought a class action to get representation for children in immigration proceedings because kids as young as 4 were being forced to represent themselves. It was work like that that led Governor Ferguson to appoint me to the court. And I'm endorsed by Governor Ferguson and Gregoire, all 8 justices who serve with me on the Supreme Court, and former Justices Madsen and Alexander. I'm also endorsed by the Washington State Labor Council, with solo endorsements by the machinists, the transit workers, and state workers. I'm endorsed by 20 Democratic senators and 32 representatives, as well as the King County Executive and many others. On the court, we're a team and each of us has different expertise. I'm really pleased to bring a unique perspective to the court and to work. I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Theo Angelis. Up next, Dave Larson.
I do not see Dave Larson in the meeting, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Larson, if you're in the meeting, please raise your hand. And I will simultaneously call and ask if anybody wishes to speak on behalf of Dave Larson to raise their hand. Does anyone wish to speak on behalf of Dave Larson? Anyone wish to speak on behalf of Dave Larson? All right, seeing no hands, we are ready for a ballot for State Supreme Court Position 5. And the ballot is in the chat. And as a reminder, you may vote for as many candidates as you wish or for no endorsement. Any candidate receiving 60% of the vote will be endorsed. If no candidates get 60%, any candidates that get 40% will move on to a new ballot. I know it's been a while since I gave that reminder. And while we are waiting for that ballot to be tallied, let's see if Ian Burke is still with us. Ian, congratulations on our sole endorsement.
Thank you, everybody. I'm just so proud of that. You know, it's a long way to November. It's another huge step tonight. Thank you to everybody who's stuck through a long, challenging and demanding meeting. And thank you to the chair for running such a smooth one. I'm so excited, and I'll see you all, and I'll second what Justice Melody said earlier. Get in touch with us. Tell us what you need. I know I'll be at more meetings in the 46th. And I'm just thrilled. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, and thank you, you as well, sir. And once again, congratulations. All right, let's see. You guys have been getting faster and faster at this. We're swimming or streaming right along or swimming right along. Just so people are aware, the races in the order we'll be considering coming up are Seattle City Council District 5, followed by State House of Representatives Position 1, King County Assessor, King County Prosecutor, King County Council District 2, and closing us out will be King County Directors of Elections. Does anyone need more time to submit their ballot? Does anybody need more time? Does anyone need more time to submit their ballot? And just as a reminder, please make sure you are checking the chat to see if any of our tally volunteers are reaching out to you. Right, I'm not seeing that anybody needs more time in the chat. Oh, somebody let me know they need another minute. No problem. Thank you for reaching out.
Mr. Chair, I think we're ready on this end.
Okay, let's give it just another minute, make sure every vote gets counted.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, I see that the last vote got in, at least that I was notified about, that was outstanding. If you're ready with those results.
Coming up.
All right, for State Supreme Court Position 5, Sharonda Amamillo with 55.9%, Theo Angeles with 65.2%, Dave Larson 2.6%, and no endorsement 4.4%. With over 60% of the vote, Theo Angeles it gets the sole endorsement of the 46th Legislative District Democrats. Thank you to all candidates that are running in that race. And Theo, if you would like to hang out for another few minutes, we'll give you a chance to address our membership while we are doing the tally for the next vote. Thank you so much. And I apologize to Sharonda Amamillo that I did not see you in the meeting at the time when it came up. I will say Daria did a great job with your speech, though. All right, we will go to State Supreme Court, Seattle City Council District 5 next. And we'll hear from Silas James, Neelu Jenks, and Julie Kahn in that order. All right. Oh, you're muted again, Silas.
I want to unmute. Am I okay?
You're unmuted. You may begin when ready, sir.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me see. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to the forum yesterday. It was such an honor to present to you. I've been made to feel very welcome by the 46th. I consider many of you to be friends, including actually one of my opponents, Neely Jenks. It feels good to be in community with you all. This morning, I was surprised and delighted to wake up with an email from someone who heard me speak yesterday. And later today, I got another one. These messages were thanking me for saying things that nobody else is saying. And since some people, many people, couldn't hear me yesterday evening, I wanted to repeat a few of those things. I'm not a millionaire. I don't have a six-figure income, but I live in Seattle, which is no small feat. It's hard. I have a perspective that isn't represented at the city level. I'm a disabled healthcare educator, a disability activist, and a researcher. I'm not running because I want to be a city councilor. I'm running because I want to solve our problems. I've worked with thousands of vulnerable people and advocated for countless more. What I do is I help people move through the systems more efficiently, effectively, and achieve better outcomes faster. But we're at a point now where we need to fix the actual systems so they work for everybody. I know these systems. I know what's not working, and I know how to fix it. We can have a city that feels safe to walk around in with zero pedestrian deaths, without a bunch of empty shops that kill the surrounding businesses. We can have a city that's affordable to live in where you don't need a car. But for all that to happen, we can't just keep doing the same stuff that got us here. We need creative solutions, and I have a whole bunch of data supported, proven, and creative solutions that no one else is talking about. You can see all my platform at silencefrseattle.com. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Silas. Up next, we'll hear from Neelu Jenks.
Ready for me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I see that Neelu is also in the room and want to just make sure that she's ready to go and spotlit as well. We just pause. Okay, you may begin when ready. Thank you for your patience.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone. I'm delighted to speak in support of my friend, Iranian-American sister and Lake City neighbor, Neelu Jenks. She's someone who I trust immensely to fight for our communities furthest from privilege. Neelu is by nature a resilient, values-driven fighter, which is exactly what we need on city council. She stands up even when it's hard, whether it's against the war on Iran or fighting for sidewalks. She's a protector of democracy, which right now is more important than ever. We need a fighter and a responsive city council member, and I trust Neelu to deliver for the Lake City community and all communities in D5.
Thank you, Representative Fireman. Hello, everybody. My name is Neelu Jenks, and I'm running for Seattle City Council District 5. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I am the proud daughter of Iranian immigrants and a working mom, and I've built my life around the belief that communities work best when we show up for each other. In my neighborhood of Lake City, we're living with the consequences when systems fall behind. Our local grocery store and last pharmacy closed, and now families have to travel miles just to get food or pick up prescriptions. Because buses don't show up reliably and neighbors are struggling to stay housed, I felt like I had to run. This isn't abstract, it's daily life and happening across Seattle. Seattle has strong values, but we have to turn those values into outcomes people can actually feel. More affordable housing, access to food and medicine, a city that works for everyone from children to seniors, and progress on climate. I'm proud to have the sole endorsement of Councilmember Alexis Mercedes Rink, the Working Families Party, Washington Conservation Action, school board members Liza Rankin and Vivian Song, and our own state senator Javier Valdez and Representative Farivar and more. I also have the first labor endorsements from Protect 17, IBW 46, UAW Regional 6, and Local 4121, as well as endorsements from the 32nd and 36th legislative districts. If you believe, like I do, that blue progressive cities can and must meet people's needs, then I hope you will join me and support this campaign. What we're missing is not ideas and resources, but the political will to act with urgency and follow through. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Neelu. Up next, we'll hear from Julie Kahn. Give us just a moment to get you spotlit, Julie. All right. You may begin when ready.
Hello, good seeing you again. My name is Julie Kang, and I'm running for Seattle City Council District 5 position. I believe our city works best when people feel safe, connected, and able to build the future here. I'm a teacher, a first-gen immigrant, union member, co-founder of a community bank in D5, and a graduate of our Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal's 2017 winning as an intersectional candidate and 2019 run as UR trainings. I'm running with a teacher's heart, deep clinical mental health counseling knowledge, and a governance mindset. My priorities are affordability, public safety, and support for small businesses. District 5 deserves a council member who brings problem-solving experience in education, finance, and community work. I will advance transit-oriented development to create mixed-income neighborhoods with walkability, infrastructure, and affordability for working families, seniors, and small business workers. I will integrate climate planning into housing and land use through equitable tree canopy expansion, heat reduction, and better access to parks, transit, schools, and businesses. I will strengthen public safety through transparent reporting, coordinated crisis response, and measurable improvements across SPD, the care team, behavioral health systems, and community partners. I will support small businesses through public safety coordination, storefront stabilization, neighborhood activation, and investments that increase foot traffic and economic opportunity. While we all share the frustration about the decision made at the federal level, I will remain deeply focused on local issues as I'm doing with the King County Immigrant and Refugee Commission. I want to earn your endorsement, but also it would be a huge honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Julie Kane. I apologize on mispronouncing your name. Okay, so if we could get a ballot to Seattle City Council District 5 placed in the chat. All right, the ballot is in the chat. Please go to the chat and fill out your ballot. And also, as a reminder, please look at the chat, see if it's possible that you might have a message from someone in there about your ballot and any fixes that need to be made. I have heard that there are some folks that are trying to had some trouble getting a hold of some people on occasion. So please make sure you're checking that every time to help reduce delays. All right, and it looks Theo Angeles is no longer with us, so we will not get a chance to hear from him again. Under Lisa Rivera for seeing our candidate meet and greet that yesterday afternoon. Not able to attend. I will take the show there. To set up, and that's taking our elections committee from they put together all the questions out emails to make sure that we I heard a lot of positive they would not be able to vote in these endorsements. Decided. Does anybody need more time? Does anybody need more time? Anyone need more time? Cast their ballot. All right, I'm not seeing any ballot. We'll give them just a little. I have to just turned off their camera in their homes. It's nice to get not to call out by name, but really enjoyed this great way to multitasking during the meeting. If you'd like to say hello, since you How many miles do you
bike
have in?
ride. Oh, not too many. I just got.
Good to see you again, Richard. Appreciate your appointment. I did make a mistake. I was no call to meeting, so that is my fault. Sir.
No worries.
But
Thank you.
you're for June, so.
Thank you.
So, right, does anybody need more time? Anyone need more? All right, I'm ready to post results.
Results will show up in a moment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Auerbach. Oh, and they are there. All right. So Seattle City Council District 5, Silas James with 14.2%, Nilu Jenks with 74.6%, Julie Kane with 30.4%, and no endorsement 3.1% out of 260 ballots cast. Nilu Jenks has our sole endorsement. Congratulations, Nilu. And if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to hear more from you while we are voting on our next race, which is State House of Representatives Position 1. Tonight, we will first hear from Ron Davis, followed by William Dreher, and then Jerry Paulette. And just give us a moment to get the spotlighting set up. All right, you should be set to go. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Margaret Shale, longtime 46 PCO. First, I want to thank Jerry for his service. 20, including Olympia Environment's change, housing affordability, and RTs. I've worked with Ron for years, and he has what it takes to deliver results on these tough issues. When Amazon tried to kill the high earners tax that funds social housing, Ron led the press conference on their doorstep. When the establishment wouldn't back Katie Wilson, Ron built a PAC and raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. And to pass big statewide housing bills, Ron quietly built coalitions even with his adversaries and delivered supermajority votes. That's who we need in Olympia now. Someone who shares our values, who fights when it's needed, and knows how to bring people together to win.
Thank you. It is an honor to be here with these people I've worked alongside for so many years. Most of us are here because we believe Seattle should be a place where anyone from any background can start a career, raise a family, and age close to the people we love. I'm running because this moment, this housing crisis or affordability crisis, demands someone who has shown they can deliver on exactly these issues. You may have heard my story, parents who were teens when they found out I was on the way, but we had an affordable path to the middle class. Our community deserves that again, this time for everyone, including people who don't look like me or pray like me or identify like me, because we all deserve the chance to just live and love and go about our lives. Our task is clear: housing that's affordable, transit that's as easy as a car, free childcare. We got to protect our rights, the climate, and public safety, fully fund education, stop the harms from AI, hold corporations accountable, and tax the rich to invest in our future. Support me, and I promise to make you proud in Olympia. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ron. My apologies. I realized that I forgot to hit start on the timer. I don't think we exceeded time, but I will be much better about that. I do apologize. All right, up next, we will hear from William Dreher. I just want to before we begin, I do want to acknowledge what happened at the start of the meeting. In case some of you joined late, a member had questioned whether or not Mr. Dreher was a Democrat because of a support letter he signed on to for Brett Kavanaugh, and therefore, under our standing endorsement rules 5A2. Mr. Dreher will be given an additional 30 seconds to rebut that statement. So that is why you'll see an additional 30 seconds being added here, which I have to do manually. So please give me a second. I can't just type in 30. All right. The floor is yours, Mr. Dreher.
Good evening, everybody.
Let me start by saying that if you want an experienced public servant with fresh ideas instead of the usual talking points, then I would love your support. I'm a former public school teacher and federal prosecutor, and I started my career working for years for Democratic voter outreach organizations. I worked for the Kerry campaign, I worked for the Obama campaign, and I've worked for progressive causes every single year since. In terms of my platform, I'm the only candidate in this race who will prioritize sensible big tech regulation, like a moratorium on data centers, protecting against AI disinformation, and job loss from automation, and preventing kids' social media addiction. I'm a former public school teacher, so of course I'll fully fund schools, but I will also take evidence-based, common sense measures to improve our lagging school performance. You can trust that I will stand up to Donald Trump because unlike anyone else here tonight, I did it for 3 years in public service as a federal prosecutor, putting his January 6th rioters in jail, a job that I volunteered for. And I will, of course, also tackle our affordability crisis with more housing, childcare, and transit. But the reason that I've been endorsed by City Attorney Erica Evans and Council Member Dion Foster is because they know my track record and they know that I'll be a champion of all of the progressive causes that our state legislature is focused on. But they also understand that I'm the only candidate who's going to finally bring some accountability to big tech, regulation, not just taxation of these big tech companies. If you agree that we can't afford to let Sam Altman and Elon Musk decide the future of humanity, we've got to do something about it. And you've got to elect people who are saying loudly that they're going to do something about it, not former AI tech executives. You can take the first step tonight. And the last thing I'll say is to anyone who thinks that the fact that I clerked for Judge Kavanaugh means that I'm not a Democrat, must either not know my record or must not realize that I literally ended my career as an appellate attorney to speak up and call for an FBI investigation into Judge Kavanaugh right before he was going to become one of the 9 most powerful judges in the country. That's the kind of integrity that I will bring to Olympia. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Up next, we'll hear from Representative Paulette. And just give us a second to get the spotlight going.
Just lost the picture.
Oh, you are unmuted, Representative Paulette. I believe I heard that Javier Valdez was going to do an intro.
No, I'm going to speak for myself. Thank you.
Okay, the floor is yours when you're ready, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Representative Jerry Paulette. I've known many of you at this meeting for many, many years from my work building our Democratic Party. As one of the region's leading environmental organizers and public interest attorneys, as an education activist, and as a UW faculty member in public health. And from living up to my commitment to you to be the most accessible legislator representing any district in the state of Washington and fighting for the public interest with every ounce of my soul every day and being there for you. There are a few recent progressive wins that I want to highlight as I ask for your endorsement. Passing the millionaire's tax was a huge, huge step forward to make our tax system more fair and to have the wealthiest people amongst us pay their fair share for our children's education and healthcare, etc. I was crucial in the fight to make sure that the millionaire's tax did not give away millions, hundreds of millions to corporations. But I was the leader to ensure that it included a commitment to funding education, increasing funding for education, because I've been the leader for many years on all of funding education in Olympia and certainly out of the entire Seattle delegation. I was there to make sure we're funding free lunches for every child. I've been recognized by teachers and advocates as one of those top leaders, not only for public education, but for early learning, childcare, and higher education. And I led the effort to make college free for so many families in this state. And I was able to pass legislation to make sure all kids learn to read. I've been endorsed by Pramila Jayapal, Planned Parenthood, Washington Conservation Action, Daria Farivar, Javier Valdez.
Thank you, Representative Paulette. That is time. All right. We are ready to go to a ballot. If we can get a ballot for State House of Representatives, position 1. It is in the chat already. Please go to the chat and fill out your ballot. As a reminder, you may vote for as many candidates as you wish, or for no endorsement. You may not vote for a candidate or candidates and no endorsement, as it will spoil your ballot. Any candidate or candidates receiving over 60% on the first ballot will be endorsed. If no candidate or candidates get over 60%, any candidate or candidates receiving over 40% will be placed on a second ballot. It's been a while since I've said that. But I am very impressed as everybody seems to be getting the hang of it, and we're moving right along. And let's see if we still have. And while we are waiting for people to submit their ballots and for those to be tallied, just going to see if Nilu Jenks is still with us. Would like to say a few words.
I'm here. It wants me to start a video. I suspect that that's not true. Well, thank you, everybody. I'm really deeply, very, very honored. And I have to say, as somebody that works on democracy and voting rights as my day job, it is just really gratifying to see so many people staying up late, taking part in democracy, especially at a time when it's just so important. I promise I will work very hard to earn this endorsement and to continue to earn this endorsement and fight hard to give us the blue progressive city that I know we all want and deserve. And please feel free to reach out anytime. I really want this to be a community endeavor. That's why the name of the effort is Neighbors for Nilu. And again, let's keep up the fight. And thank you for everybody, your participation, everybody for running too.
Thank you so much, Nilu. And once again, congratulations on our sole endorsement. I'm going to go ahead and ask if anybody needs more time to submit their ballot. Anyone need more time? I do see a couple hands up, so we're going to go ahead and give people more time. And I'm going to lower hands, so if you're raising your hand for another reason, you will need to raise your hand again. But we're just going to give you a little bit more time. I saw 2 of the hands went up, happened to be from Tara Gallagher and Julie Conklin, that are doing dual duty by also sitting in the King County Democrats endorsement meeting tonight. They started about a half hour before us, so I think we're doing okay there. And while we're waiting for that, I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to let everyone know that when we get to King County Director of Elections, I'm going to ask if anybody would like to nominate Mark Green. The reason I say that is I did hear word from the person that nominated Mark Green. They said that they made a mistake. They did not wish to nominate Mark Green and they wish to rescind their nomination. But in the interest of giving everyone in this room an opportunity to understand what is going on, I just wanted to make that clear that I will be asking once again if someone would like to nominate Mark Green, because currently Mark Green would not be nominated because that nomination was rescinded. And if there is another supporter that, chose not to nominate as a result of someone else doing so beforehand, I want to provide them that opportunity. But as it stands, we will say that Mark Green is not nominated because of that. I did see a hand go up. I wonder if maybe that's because people did not need more time to vote and they'd gotten their ballots in. So I just want to double check and see if we are okay to proceed. So I know Tara and Julie, if you could let me know if you got your ballot in, you're okay for us to proceed with like a green check mark saying yes, please proceed. And then I'll just ask if anybody else needs more time to submit their ballot. Does anyone need more time to submit their ballot? Anyone need more time? Anyone need more time? Okay, so I'm just going to ask Tally if you can confirm once Julie Conklin and Tara Gallagher get their ballot in, we can go ahead and close that ballot.
Yes, I think we're good.
Okay. All right. If you could please post the results in the chat, please. Oh.
Do you have a concern?
No, I see a hand up from Al Lee. I think Al just joined the meeting. Oh, and Julie Conklin as well.
Yeah,
Al?
sorry, I got kicked out of the meeting for some reason, and I wasn't sure what ballot we were on, but it looks like we're still on the representative one, so that's fine.
Okay, you got your ballot in?
Yep.
Okay, let me just check with Julie Conklin. Julie?
Yes, I just got mine in. I just wanted to let you know there's a number of folks that get bumped off, and I'm readmitting them too. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Julie's doing a lot of work, and looks like you got a co-pilot back there. Hi, Tim. Thanks for joining us tonight. All right. So it sounds like we're good to proceed. Oh, and it looks like we have the results in the chat. So for State House of Representative position 1, Ron Davis, 49.5%, Will Dreher, 14.4%, Representative Paulette, 51.9%, and no endorsement, 0.7%. We will go to a second ballot on this race with Ron Davis and Representative Paulette advancing onto the second ballot. As soon as the ballot's ready, it will be posted in the chat.
This is an advisory to Tally Lead Mark Auerbach. The ballot's ready. It's number 15.
Thank you, Mr. Antonio. Thank you, Mr. Auerbach. Really very much appreciate our volunteers and really appreciate everybody who is still with us tonight at 10:30 on a Monday. I know it's late. Unfortunately, democracy is slow sometimes. I will also say one of the wonderful things about these digital ballots that we have, despite having a little bit of hiccups at the beginning, I think most of which were, associated with, we had over 200 people sign up to join us. I think right around 200 people sign up to join us just before the deadline to vote in this meeting. I think that was a lot of our hiccups there, but despite that, we can count these ballots really quickly. Remembering back to when we met in person and we had paper ballots, it'd take us at least 20 minutes sometimes to count up all the ballots and go through all this and do the tally. And that was with, several people counting them, and then we'd have to double check them and everything else. And that was when we only had 80 people showing up at a meeting. So to be able to go through, around 260 ballots, in just a matter of minutes, I think we're doing pretty good despite the hiccups at the beginning of the meeting. And in general, I think we saved a lot of time despite, the delays early on. So, all right. Hopefully most of you were able to get your ballot in while I rambled. And okay. Now I'm getting message that people that are doing dual meetings are still needing a little bit of time to get their ballot in. And I think I did a shout out to Tara Gallagher, Julie Conklin, Galaxy Marshall, and Lisa Rivera, who are in 2 meetings at once still. Really appreciate you guys all being in the King County Dems meeting and watching both of these to ensure that our voice is heard there. I have a hand up from someone and I am unsure of their status, if they are a guest or what.
One moment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Antonio.
They are a member.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Christina Ellis.
Hi, sorry. Could you just repost the link? I got kicked out of the meeting, had to rejoin.
Sure, you bet. I got it. Don't worry about it, Mark. Nancy Connolly.
Hey, I just have a quick good of the order. There's a meeting of the Northeast District Council on June 4th at the Northeast Library. If you are a member of one of the Northeast District Councils, like Wedgewood Community Council or Hawthorne Hills, or please join us. And if you're not a member of your community council, please consider joining it. It's a pretty good way to engage neighbors and build community. That's all.
All right, thank you very much, Nancy. All right, I want to give it another minute for Christina and just make sure that she's able to get her ballot in. Pam.
Thank you. I was just confused. I looked back to my the chat, and I saw 2 number 2 ballots for representative, and I'm wondering if I missed something.
So I did repost the second ballot. Unfortunately, when someone loses their internet connection and they get kicked off of Zoom or whatever happens, when they log back on, the chat starts over. So one of our members got booted from the meeting, and then when they joined, they open it up and they're like, "Hey, the link's not there." So I reposted it. So that's why.
Thank you. I missed something. All right. Something good.
No problem. It's good to ask those questions. If you had the question, somebody else probably did as well. All right, Lawrence. You have a hand up. You should have a pop-up. Oh, there we go. So you are unmuted, but there seems to be something going on with your microphone.
Well, I just turned it on.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to ask you the same thing as why the second ballot, but I think you explained that pretty well.
Okay.
And so things do happen and technical problems happen. So,
Yep, they do. And yeah, I do like to make sure we get every vote counted, especially when it matters and it's close.
Yeah.
So
as long as I got a chance, there's one thing that I see that's wrong with our elections. I don't think any vote should be released anywhere in the United States until the last vote has been cast, and that's probably Hawaii or Alaska. And everything that counts that's on the ballot is important, whatever it is, doesn't matter what it is. So I think it would be only fair that we write to our legislators and say, let's stop the votes from being released and tell the networks to knock it off until the voting is over. In all states, that means polling. The polls have closed, the deadlines for drop-off boxes and postmarks have come and gone. And so, anyway, it's just one of my irritations. I've had it since I was a little boy and on television all day.
yep, it causes lots of confusion and mistrust when things go the other way, and especially when you have news media reporting with only 5% of votes counted, so it's
Well,
very,
I'd be
can very
laughing
misleading.
if we had a situation like, remember when it was the situation where the newspapers got released too soon, and it was Harry Truman and what was his name? And it turned out that they were saying Truman had lost. Well, as soon as the West came in, they realized, we got to get these up. Sorry about that, folks.
Yep.
So we don't want to go through that again at Rachel Maddow and Anderson Cooper and a few other big shots trying to explain it all.
Yep,
Eh,
that is
so-
true. All right, well, thank you, sir. I see Steve Zemke, you have your hand up next. Oh.
Doesn't allow.
Uh-oh, you got Steve, are you with us? I think I can hear typing, but
Can you hear me now?
yes.
Yes, the question is, do we have to vote on the second ballot, or is our ballot count if we voted on the first one?
You have to vote on the second ballot.
Okay, I haven't had a chance. I assume my vote counted, so other people may be the same issue. That everybody needs to re-vote in the second ballot. You need to make that clear.
Oh, okay, wait. Let me just clarify this for you, okay? I posted a second link because somebody got booted, and so they couldn't see the first link. If you voted on the ballot that only had Ron Davis and Representative Paulette, then your ballot is good. If you did not vote on that second ballot that only has Ron Davis and Representative Paulette, you will need to submit that ballot. Does that clarify it for you, Steve?
As long as my vote said it went through, then it's accepted, okay, on the first ballot.
So State House of Representatives Position 1 second ballot that had only Representative Paulette and only Ron Davis or no endorsement. Did you vote on that ballot?
I voted on the first time you put it out there.
Okay, yes, then that is good.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make certain for myself and everybody else that your vote counted if you voted on the first ballot, which is for those two candidates. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. If you look, the links are exactly the same.
All right.
Does anybody need more time to vote? Anybody need more time? Anybody need more time? All right. Tally, how are we doing?
I'm going to post results in the chat.
Okay. All right. So for State House of Representatives, position 1, Ron Davis with 47.7% of the vote. Jerry Paulette with 51.9% and no endorsement with 5.2%. So we have not endorsed in this race. All right, and after a second ballot, we no longer proceed since there are only 2 candidates that could have continued on. Thank you to Ron Davis, Will Dreher, and Representative Paulette. Appreciate your willingness to represent us. All right, next we will be considering King County Assessor. We have Chris Roberts and Rod Foxcurran who are running for that position. Give us just a moment to get everything queued up. And I believe I have Rod Dembowski as oh, there he is. All right. You have the floor when you are ready, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening to the almost 200, I guess 57 folks remaining. I'm Rod Dembowski, District 1, King County Council. Thanks for participating tonight. I'm here to speak for my friend Chris Roberts. Our assessor's office is in trouble. We have an assessor who's lost his way. I'm worried about our staff. There's been a long history of failure to timely process senior and veterans exemptions. We've had to redo tax assessment ordinances. We need a trusted, competent leader to restore the leadership in that office, and it is our known, tested friend, Chris Roberts, who has served as the mayor of Shoreline. He's been elected 4 times, chair of the 32nd District. He will bring the confidence and trust that we need back to that office. He's been endorsed by our county executive, Gurmai Zahalai, Teresa Mosqueda, myself, and dozens of leaders from around the county, mayors, other elected officials. I ask you to support Chris tonight with your endorsement to bring trust and credibility back to the office of assessor.
Thank you, Rod. I am Chris Roberts, chair of the 32nd District Democrats, a member of the Choctaw Nation, and a 17-year member of the Shoreline City Council, where we've led the way in building housing and championing progressive policies. I am running for assessor to prioritize equity, fairness, and transparency. The department has many talented appraisers, but the office is missing the executive leadership required to fix critical issues, like an unacceptable, nearly year-long backlogs our neighbors face just to get a property tax exemption approved. With a PhD and a career spent in identifying systemic inequities and managing large workforces, I have the experience to clear these backlogs and ensure fair appraisals. I'm proud to be endorsed by Assessor Lloyd Hara, Teresa Mosqueda, Alexis Mercedes Rink, Javier Valdez, Jerry Paulette, Ron Davis, and over 140 elected officials across King County. I would appreciate your support in endorsement tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. Up next, we'll hear from Rob Foxcurran. Just give us a moment to get everything set up. All right, whenever you're ready, sir.
Looks like I'm unmuted, ready to go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rob Foxcurran, and I'm running for King County Assessor. I grew up here. I graduated from Roosevelt, where I met my wife before graduating from the UW. Today, we live on Beacon Hill in Seattle with our daughter, soon to be 2 daughters, who I'm proud to say are 6th-generation Seattleites. This is home. Now, whether you rent or own your home, costs keep rising, and property taxes are a part of that story. The assessor doesn't set your tax rates, but they do determine the value of every property in the county. Those values shape what you pay. That's why I'm running. This is a technical office that requires real expertise to run well. I may not be an elected politician, but I am an expert and a proven leader in my field. I'm the only candidate in progressive in this race that has spent over a decade as a certified general real estate appraiser. I currently serve as the City of Seattle's senior appraiser, where I'm also a shop steward in my union, ProTech 17. For the past 3 years, I also served as a hearing examiner on the King County Board of Appeals and Equalization. That's where folks go to appeal their property's assessed values. I've seen this system from every seat at the table. I know where it works and I know where it falls short. King County currently ranks near the bottom nationally in commercial property tax fairness. When the wealthiest corporations don't pay their share, that burden shifts directly onto your shoulders. We need a professional to balance these scales. My plan for real affordability includes 3 core shifts. First, we need modernized payments. Monthly payments are a thing that exists and we're not doing them in King County. We should give people that option. Second, we need to expand the county's efforts in signing seniors, veterans, and neighbors with disabilities up for the exemption programs they are already qualified for. And third, I will be pushing for a universal homestead exemption. What does that mean? It means that a portion of your primary residence, your home, will be exempt from property taxes. Why does that matter? Because we're in the middle of a housing crisis and an affordability crisis, and no one should ever be taxed out of their neighborhood. I'm Rob Foxkern, candidate for King County Assessor, and I would be honored to earn your support in our effort to prioritize people over property. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, thank you, Rob. If we could get the link to the ballot for King County Assessor, please.
Some people were concerned that they lost audio, so I'm just speaking to see that people can hear.
Lost audio on.
Nope, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Maybe I was talking while I was muted again. All right, I'll just see, does anybody need more time to vote? All right, I'm getting a yes signal from one of the folks doing dual duty and double meetings. Does anybody have any good of the order? All right, Maria Rose. Oh, you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. It's probably those pesky Bluetooth devices. At least that's what it is for me, and I've heard some other folks this evening.
How about now?
Ah, loud and clear.
Yay, sorry, forgot about that. It's the janky laptop. Anyone who has time or ability for a little bit of a field trip, on May 30th, the Woodinville Sustainability Demonstration Farm, 21 acres, is having its annual Pollinator Fest. Very family friendly. I work with climate data, water data, heat island data, all of that every day, and I would encourage you to come out. There'll be a lot of people there, different booths who can talk with you about all things that we dread, but in a fun, what can we do about it? And hey, let's look around the farm and eat yummy stuff way. May 30th, 21 acres.
All right, sounds like fun. Thank you, Maria Rose. Representative Farvar.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Now that I have done plenty of speaking tonight and can think a little bit more clearly, I will share with folks that I'm having a kickoff on June 4th at, you guessed it, Hellbent Brewing on Lake City Way. Feel free to swing by, grab a beer, be in community. We're having a very Lake City centric event this year. So June 4th, 6 to 7:30 p.m. Hellbent. Hope to see you all there.
All right, sounds like fun. Thank you. Does anybody need more time to vote? Anyone need more time to vote? Anyone need more time to vote? All right, Mr. Auerbach, how are things looking?
We have results in the chat.
All right, you may have to hit enter. Oh, there we go. Oh wait, no. Okay, there we go. Awesome. Thank you, sir. For King County Assessor, Chris Roberts, 68.8%. Rob Foxkern, 40%. No endorsement, 1.8% out of 170 ballots cast. Chris Roberts, you have our sole endorsement. If you're able to hang on, we'd love to give you a chance to address our body while we are tallying results on our next ballot. And congratulations on your endorsement. Up next, King County Prosecutor Lisa Mannion. Lisa was part of the e-board recommended slate and was pulled. There is no other eligible candidate. As someone pointed out when someone else was pulled earlier, we are allowed to endorse by acclamation or without objection. And I'm just going to ask, would anybody object to us endorsing Lisa Mannion? Okay, I do see a hand up from Eric Macris and Aiden Carroll. So what we will do is we will, since we do not have the option of doing a vote by acclamation, I will first ask if Lisa Mannion is here or if who is able to speak on Lisa's behalf, and then I will ask if anybody wishes to speak towards no endorsement. So if Lisa Mannion is, I don't see Lisa Mannion present, but if one of someone working on her campaign or one of her supporters would like to speak towards her endorsement, please raise your hand. Would anyone like to speak on behalf of us endorsing Lisa Mannion for King County Prosecutor? Would anyone like to speak on behalf of Lisa Mannion for King County Prosecutor? Would anyone like to speak on behalf of Lisa Mannion? All right, seeing no hands, would anybody like to speak towards no endorsement? Would anybody like to speak towards no endorsement? Would anyone like to speak? Okay, Aiden Carroll, and just to be clear, this is a speech towards no endorsement, not a speech against the candidate. And the floor is yours when you're ready. Give me just a sec. I think get you spotlit. Oh, you vanished.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Oh, there. Yep. The floor is yours.
So, last September, we passed a resolution in the 46th LD against prosecuting the students and community who were arrested on May 5th of 2025 in the UW Boeing Engineering Building. This is related to the fact that we need a lot more civil disobedience against war crimes and things like it if we're going to seriously confront those things. I will tie this into ICE. It feels like right now, the 1850s, when every state and local official who claims to be a liberal or progressive or anything is going to have to choose between the Underground Railroad and the
Let
Fed
me just pause for a second. Are you going to tie this towards no endorsement? I just want.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
They're like because the prosecutor has chosen to prosecute those students and community in that building and spread misinformation about that case. What's important here, like we are going to have a lot of cases, at least if we have any chance of fighting what the federal government is doing. We need protesters to do things that the nonprofit and the state and local government is unable or unwilling to do. And the least that we can expect our officials to do is to not go after them for doing it. We need people to be blocking ICE from using Boeing fields. We need people to be doing all kinds of obstruction of the federal Gestapo, and we need our state and local officials to have our back in not coming after us for doing it. That is the kind of decisive action that we are going to need in this moment of crisis. And we need people to be spreading the word about the fact that you always have the right as a juror to vote not guilty. No one can come after you for that. That is the right of jury nullification needs to be known far and wide, and people need to be willing to take the kind of sacrifices and bravery to stop the violence happening all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Aiden. All right. If we could get a link to the ballot in the chat. All right, the ballot is in the chat. Please go to the chat and fill out your ballot. All right, and while we're waiting for the results of that ballot, Chris Roberts, congratulations on our sole endorsement. If you'd like to say a few words.
So thank you, Hunter, and thank you, Democrats, for the sole endorsement tonight. I'm really honored to receive that. We have a lot of work to do in our country, and it starts with us, Democrats, who are doing the hard work day to day, talking to our neighbors, getting more votes for our Democratic candidates. And so I thank you for all the work that you do, not just tonight, but year in and year out to help our party. I really appreciate your support, and I hope all of you have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, and congratulations. And thank you to everybody. We're at 182 people still. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. We have 2 more races and a levy endorsement to consider after this, and then all business will be concluded. So I recognize how late it is, and thank you, everybody. Again, apologies that democracy is sometimes slow and we have so many we do have so many candidates to hear from tonight and so many races to consider that are very important. So I appreciate you sticking around. Does anyone need more time to vote on this ballot for King County Prosecutor? Anyone need more time? Okay, I heard about 15 more seconds. Okay, I've got a hand up from Rachel. Rachel,
It was just for more time, but that was enough. Thank you.
okay, that was enough for you. Okay, I'll start the clock over real quick, or the ask over. Does anyone need more time? Does anyone need more time? Anyone need more time to cast their ballot? All right. Since no one has raised their hand or spoken up, we can go ahead and close this ballot. How are we doing, Tally Committee?
Have results momentarily.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to our wonderful Tally Committee. Thank you to all of our volunteers, Nathan and Antonio, who's spotlighting. All of our folks that, again, started today at 6 p.m. to start credentialing people. Thank you to all of our members that logged on early so they could be credentialed. I had recommended to many people to log on early and then go for a walk around the neighborhood and just, make sure you get back by 7 p.m. It's a great way to, kind of multitask because you don't need to be in the actual room in order to be credentialed. You just have to show up in the waiting room. All right, so what we have is on King County Prosecutor, we have 49.6% for an endorsement for Lisa Mannion. 50.4% voted for no endorsement on a total of 131 ballots. Therefore, Lisa Mannion is not endorsed. And since she was the only, even though she got over 40%, since she was the only candidate on that ballot, we will not be issuing a second ballot. All right. Up next, let me make sure I've got the speaking order set up correctly. I do. For King County District 2, we'll hear from Toshiko Hasagawa, followed by Rebecca Saldana and Miriam Mboya. In that order. We'll get our speaker spotlit. All right, it looks like they're spotlit and unmuted. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for sticking with us here. My name is Rod Dembowski. I serve as District 1 Council member on the King County Council, and I'm speaking proudly tonight for Toshiko Grace Hasagawa for 3 reasons. First, she is ready. Toshiko worked for our badass feminist icon, Jeannie Cole Wells, as a legislative aide, where she worked on things like human trafficking and transit issues and the criminal legal system. She then went over and worked at our Office of Law Enforcement Oversight and helped stand that office up to ensure we have a strong police accountability system. She was the executive director of the Washington State Commission on Asian Pacific American Affairs, and now she's at the Port of Seattle, where she served as president and led the Teal New Deal, that's supporting blue-collar jobs and making the port the greenest in the country. She knows county government, she knows regional government. Second, her priorities. Her priorities are right. She's got a new deal for King County: criminal justice reform, child care capped at 10% of your income, equitable transit, affordable housing, fighting displacement. Finally, her election would be a powerful and meaningful message. She's a granddaughter of folks who were wrongfully incarcerated at Minidoka. Gordon Hirabayashi was jailed on the 12th floor where we sit. He fought Executive Order 9066. Electing Toshiko as the first Japanese American to the King County Council would send a message of atonement and remind everybody about our civil rights obligations in these times. I'm sorry I took a little too much time, but I hope you'll support her tonight.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Dembowski, and good evening, everybody. And I'm so honored to be here before you. I just want to quickly mention I'm proud to have the endorsement of Councilmember Alexis Mercedes Rank, Governor Inslee, Representatives Paulette and Farivar, as well as Community Leader Ron Davis. And I'd be incredibly honored and humbled to earn your support tonight. Thank you so much for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Toshiko. Up next, we'll hear from Rebecca Saldana. All right, it looks like we've got the spotlight working. The floor is yours, Senator Saldana.
Thank you, everyone. I'll go ahead and get started. It's great to be with everyone here tonight again. I'll cut to the chase. One of my core values in leadership is that we listen to those who are most impacted. You all may have heard me talk about it via this concept of nothing about us without us. There are only a handful of people in Olympia, and I will say across the state, who really understand how to put action to this idea. Senator Saldana has been leading the way on this before I arrived in Olympia and before her time in Olympia as well. On every issue from progressive taxes to police accountability to criminal legal reform, Rebecca has faced pressure from the most powerful special interests in Olympia and always stood up against them to fight for what we need. Myself, when I was a new legislator, she was one of the folks that I most looked up to, and she modeled what it meant to be a strong progressive in Olympia, to be smart and strategic and principled. We're so sorry to see her go from the legislature, but I'm so glad that she's willing to continue serving the people in a slightly different seat. Vote Rebecca.
Thank you so much, Representative Farivar. I'm running for King County Council to build more housing, affordable at all incomes, raise wages, improve transit, and make universal childcare a reality. Making King County an affordable place where every family thrives requires transformational change leadership, and that's exactly what I've been about my whole career. My dad's experience as an undocumented farm worker in segregated South Texas fuels my commitment to fight to protect our communities from mass ICE agents and wage theft. For a decade as a state senator, I have stood up to big moneyed interests, stood up and was ready to bring my full, but now I'm ready to bring my full experience here closer to home. We are building a multi-generational movement based on justice and hope that is a results-oriented. And that's why I'm endorsed by many folks, including the King County Dems, Machinists, UAW, Protect 17, and
All right, thank you, Senator Saldana. Up next, we will hear from Miriam Mboya. Give us just a moment while we get you spotlit, Miriam.
Awesome. Thank you. So first, I want to start by saying thank you all for being here this late. What a sacrifice. I appreciate you all being here with us. And so this evening, I'd love to introduce myself. My name is Miriam Boya, and I am running for King County Council District 2 because I do believe that our communities deserve leadership that understands both the challenges the people are facing and the solutions needed to move us forward. And my story is deeply connected to many issues that are impacting families today across King County. And while I grew up in this district, I know what it feels like to experience instability and uncertainty, as many people are in this hour. And I've experienced, housing insecurity, economic hardship, mental health struggles personally. And I've also seen firsthand how incarceration impacts entire families and communities through my father's experience with the criminal legal system. And those experiences for me have shaped the way I see service, I see public service in particular, and why it matters, so much, and why this work is so important. And right now, I see too many people in our communities struggling just to afford basic necessities, such as housing costs. We see these on a rise, and families being stretched thinner and thinner when it comes to affordability. And at the same time, we're also facing a growing mental health and homelessness crisis that is demanding compassionate effective and prevention-focused solutions. As an immigrant and a King County employee for the last 7 years, internal employee that is, I understand both the lived realities people are facing and how the county systems actually operate. And right now, I believe and I know that we need leadership that combines empathy with accountability and action. And I do believe that we must invest, in affordable housing, behavioral health care, homelessness prevention, youth opportunities, and support for immigrant and refugees communities. And I believe that we need systems that will help people build stability before they reach crisis, not just, preventing, not just intervening after things are falling apart. And this campaign for me is about building a King County where people feel safe, supported, and able to thrive. And I'll be honored to earn your support and endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. All right, if we could please get a link to the ballot for King County Council District 2 placed in the chat. It is there. All right. Please go to the chat and fill out your ballot. Only 1 or 2 left to go. Well, possibly. All right, and to fill some time, I'll just say that the 46 delegation has been hard at work. We have at least 3, I think maybe 4 draft resolutions that we're going to be considering moving forward. We have approximately 100 platform amendments that have been approved by the delegation thus far. We will be meeting every day this week except for Friday to allow me to submit all of our platform amendments via form. Yeah, so the delegation has been hard at work. Really appreciate every member of the delegation for their willingness to represent the 46th legislative district. I'm very impressed by the amendments that have been coming forward that really reflect our values as an organization and ensuring that all voices are heard. So we have a pretty good diverse delegation this year and lots of good participation. So very happy to see that and just wanted to provide you all with that update. That being said, does anybody need more time to submit their ballot? All right, Henry raised his hand. My assumption is that's because you need more time. Go ahead and keep your hand up. When you're done submitting your ballot, please let me know and go ahead and lower it. And I will just unmute you just in case I'm incorrect there, Henry. You did need more time?
Yes, I do. I got disconnected and Nathan just sent me the link, so I'm voting now. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Richard. You have your hand up, Richard?
Yeah, I'm still voting too, but I'll be done shortly.
Okay, great. Thank you both. Oh, all right. Oh, we've got, I know we have one more person in the waiting room. I did just admit. Let me just check in. Galaxy, I saw you just joined us. Did you see the ballot for King County Council District 2? I know you're in 2 meetings right now.
Yes, I have voted. Also, our other meeting has ended, so now I am thankfully only in one.
Okay, all right. Excellent. Does anybody need more time to vote? Does anyone need more time to vote? Julie, you have your hand up.
I don't need more time to vote, but there's 2 people in the waiting room. My computer's being funky. Oh, it's same name for, yeah,
Okay.
2 different entries. Okay, yeah, they just got back. They're joining now.
Okay, let's just check in. Eric, did you get the ballot for King County District 2?
I did, yes. It was submitted before I got disconnected. Thank you, though, for checking.
Okay, no problem. Wanted to make sure. Okay. Does anyone need more time to vote? Anyone need more time? Does anyone need more time? All right, seeing no hands and hearing no voices, I think it's safe to close that ballot.
Ballot is closed. Results are in the chat.
Okay. For King County Council District 2, Toshiko Hasagawa, 51.4%. Miriam Mboya, 7.4%. Rebecca Saldana, 72.3%. No endorsement, 0%. 148 ballots counted. Congratulations, Senator Saldana, on our sole endorsement. If you wouldn't mind, if you're able to stay on the line a little bit longer, we'd love to hear you speak while we consider this next race. And if we do not do a ballot, we'll just hear from you immediately on the next one. But we're going to go on to King County Director of Elections. As I stated earlier in the meeting, someone accidentally nominated Mark Green. They informed us that that was a mistake. They did not wish to do so. It was after we called off their name. And so Mark Green currently sits without a nomination. And I just, in case anybody was going to nominate Mark Green that didn't because they'd heard he was already nominated, I wanted to provide the membership the opportunity to nominate. So I will ask, does anyone wish to nominate Mark Green? Does anyone wish to nominate Mark Green? Does anyone wish to nominate Mark Green? All right, having called 3 times, there are no nominations for Mark Green. I wonder if anybody, does anyone object to endorsing Julie Wise for King County Director of Elections, as she is now the only candidate eligible for endorsement since Mark Green was not nominated? Does anyone object to us nominating or to us endorsing Julie Wise for King County Director of Elections? Does anyone object? Hearing no objections, Julie Wise is hereby endorsed by the 46th Legislative District Democrats. I'm going to jump to Senator Saldana, and then I will recognize the hands that are raised.
Thank you, Chair Hunter, and thank you to the 46th District Democrats. This is amazing. Your commitment to little d democracy is very inspiring, and do not envy you guys, but I'm so glad to be part of your effort and your process. In this moment, we have well, first of all, I just want to take a moment and say thank you to Miriam Mboye and Toshiko Hasagawa. Both of them are amazing candidates. And what I have found so inspiring is that in this moment, when we're facing a threat to our democracy, a threat to our climate, a threat to our values as Washingtonians and as folks from King County, we are showing up that people here still believe in democracy, that we believe that we should have a democracy that is representative, that is responsive, that's inclusive and just. And so I just want to thank them for being such great competitors, because I think we're not opponents. We're competing to be able to represent the best district within King County, District 2. I am so grateful to have earned your endorsement along with King County Dems, with a growing group of labor unions and community leaders, because really what we need in this moment is a multi-generational, multi-ethnic, multicultural organization of movement that's going to actually make the difference to be able to address housing, address behavioral health, and make sure that we have real public safety. I look forward to learning from you and working with you, and we will be door knocking. So we'd love to have you join us every weekend, starting last weekend, and look forward to seeing you on the campaign trail.
All right. Thank you, Senator Saldana. Let me just check and see if Julie Wise is with us. She is not. I do know, yes, Kathy Sakahara was willing to speak on her behalf. Kathy, do you have a message from Julie Wise?
Well, I'm going to make one up right here. I know obviously Julie would like to thank you for your endorsement. And the other thing I just want to say, I was asked to, give a pitch. I won't do that. You're lucky to have her. I suspect very few people know how lucky we are to have her in that position and what kind of national impact she's had. If you want to learn more, just reach out to me. And thank you again.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Okay, so up next, I believe that, yes, this is in fact our last piece of business this morning, which is levy endorsements. There is a library levy for on the ballot and up for consideration. I am aware that Kathy Benson is willing to speak on a is it I'm trying to remember it. It's been a long night. Definitely it's to speak in favor of the levy passing. So so Kathy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on behalf of us supporting that levy.
Okay, well, I'm delighted to have 118 people still here. And it brings me great pleasure to speak in favor of endorsing the 2026 library levy. The current levy expires this year, and it makes up more than a third of the library's annual budget, with that percentage growing every year. So these levies are really important for keeping our libraries functioning. Levy funding touches every part of the organization, including 1/3 of the staff. The 2026 levy will address key maintenance needs, including cooling and climate resilience across the system. It will keep up with growing costs and demands for books, especially ebooks. It will reduce hold times and create a digital version of Peak Picks. I put a book on hold today, and I'm about 178, and we have 3 copies on the way. So it'll be great to reduce hold times for the things we want to read. Seattle Public Library has been able to nearly double the number of programs serving English learners over the past year, thanks to a major grant that the Library Foundation secured, but that grant expires in 2027. Levy funding will allow these English programs to continue and grow to serve more immigrants. It will also expand programs for children like Play and Learn and Story Time so that those programs can be held in more branches. I encourage all of you to vote in favor of the 2026 library levy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Kathy Benson. Would anybody like to speak against or us taking a position or approving the library levy? Clearly, nobody wanted to hear me say that because my time was up. Does anybody wish to speak against the library levy passing or us approving it? I believe it is an approval vote. Does anyone wish to speak against approval? Does anyone want to speak for no endorsement of the library levy? Does anyone want to speak for no endorsement? Anyone want to speak for no endorsement? I want to just check with Tara Gallagher, our rules chair. Are we able to vote a recommendation?
Oh, heck, we
of
can
approve?
do ballot measures by resolution. We can do ballot measures by unanimous consent.
Okay, that was my understanding. I just wanted to get back up on that. Is there anyone that objects to us taking a position of approving the library levy? All right, Holly has raised her hand, so we will go to a ballot. Thank you. Well, I just want to check. If I got it wrong and you wanted to speak, go ahead and raise your hand. Otherwise, we're going to go to a balloted vote where we will have a yes, a no, or a approve, a don't approve, or a no endorsement on that ballot. All right, there we go. The ballot is in the chat. Please go to the chat and fill out your ballot. And it is labeled as support the library levy, do not support the library levy, or no endorsement, which would be take no position. All right, does anybody have any more good of the order? And please get your ballot done first. Oh, I wish I was. Oh, there's some good of the order right there for Julie Conklin. Oh, I wish I had Tim bringing me some yummy food as well. Tim's in the 5th LD, state committee person, one of my friends. Always glad to see Tim. They get a good together. They get a good in-depth view of the Democratic Party across the county. All right, and just want to again give a shout out to Mark Auerbach, our PCO chair, who is heading up our tally this evening. Really appreciate him. All the other folks that are working on tally. Too many for me to name. And also I don't always know. I think we have. Let me just actually. I bet I do know if I just find the right document. Where do we go? Here we go. All right, so people I see are helping us out tonight. Nathan Antonio, this meeting and every meeting. We've got Lisa Rivera, Aiden Carroll, Jeff Sakahara, Julie Conklin, Kathy Benson, Kathy Sakahara, Cody Zelensky, Lisa Levy, Mark Auerbach, Margaret Shield, Pat Tressel, Rachel Woodbrook, Rob Jenks, Shane McCumber, and Tara Gallagher. Did I miss anybody, Nathan?
There were so many names, and I was only half listening, so I couldn't tell you.
All right, it is that time of the evening. Nathan, who's been on for 6.5 hours now. Thank you, Nathan. I joined late. My Wi-Fi router needed some work. I was worried I was going to make it tonight, but we got through it. So thank you, everybody. Does anyone need any more time to vote on the library levy? Anyone need any more time to vote? Anyone need any more time to vote? We're at 112 members for the evening. You guys are the diehards. Appreciate you all. And not to say people that left aren't diehards. We all have, many of us have jobs and kids and other things going on. So I'm not disparaging those folks that couldn't stick around, but appreciation for those that are able to. All right. Having heard and seen that no one needs more time, do we have results ready?
Yes, results are in the chat.
All right, so we have on the Seattle Library Levy vote, 97.9% in support, 3.1% do not support, 2.1% for no endorsement. It seems like I'm not quite sure how that math adds up. But I know that, so maybe there's no endorsement in something else, but regardless, we have a very firm do support that library levy with nearly 98%. All right. That being said, we do have one last piece of business, which is a quick finance report, as we are required to do every single month. Lisa Levy, are you with us? Are you able to give us a quick finance report?
Sure. We have more money than we had last year at this time. Is that enough for tonight? I'll tell you all the details next month. The link is, should I put a link in
let's put a link in the chat.
Sure.
I can do it if you'd like. I got it.
Perfect.
So there's a link to our PDC page. Please go ahead and take a look. You can see our expenditures and contributions to date for 2026. Does anybody have any questions for our treasurer, Lisa Levy? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Having reached the end of our agenda, are there any objections to adjourning? Any objections to adjourning? Any objections to adjourning? Hearing and seeing none, we are hereby adjourned. Thank you, everybody. 11:32 p.m. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you all. Congratulations to all of you for making your voice heard. And look forward to working with you to all get out the vote for our endorsed candidates. And I'm officially hungry. Julie, I'm coming over.